Okay, I'm seeing 7 o'clock. Is KCAT ready? All right, thank you. All right, welcome everyone. I would like to call the Town Council meeting of June 20th, 2023 to order. And I'll ask our clerk to take attendance, please.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Rista?
Here. Thank you. Now if we can roll our video of the meeting rules of decorum and civility, please. If we don't have the video ready, I can read the abbreviated. Read it. Okay, you know what? I'll just read this. That's okay. Sometimes it's hard. We have a lot of audio-visual things going on with Zoom. So just a reminder to everybody, to conduct the business of the community in an effective and efficient manner, please follow the meeting guidelines set forth in the town code and state law. The town does not tolerate disruptive conduct, which includes but is not limited to addressing the town council meeting without first being recognized, interrupting speakers, town meeting, or town staff, continuing to speak after the allotted time has expired, failing to relinquish the microphone when directed to do so, repetitiously addressing the same subject. Town policy does not allow speakers to cede their commenting time to another speaker. Disruption of the meeting may result in a violation of Penal Code Section 403. And I just want to remind people, we have a really full agenda tonight. And so I want to make sure that we give time to everybody. We have items from the beginning to the end, and I want to respect everybody here and their time. So when it is your time to speak, you can be brief. We're listening. We've read emails. And if you get up to speak about a topic and there are a number of other people with you, you can ask them to silently stand up to show their support so that we know that you're speaking for more than one person. That can be very effective in some cases. That said, everybody who wants to speak, we will make time for you. Now we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and lacking a student, we're going to have Councilmember Hudis lead us in the pledge. I was going to say, we won't have you shake all the council members' hands, and I don't have a goodie jar for you. That's right. I'll owe you a coffee or an adult beverage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now I have two presentations. So let's see. Do we have our commendation? I don't see it out on the... We should have a commendation for the Police Foundation. You can tell we haven't practiced this very well. Oh, we have one. I think it's a matter of locating it. Should I just go forward with the presentation? Okay.
We could do the presentation first.
Oh, the presentation. Okay. Yeah, let's switch. If Midpen is ready, we have a presentation from our Midpen Regional Open Space representative, and then we'll do the Police Foundation recognition. Otherwise, I can give you this one.
Hello? Am I on? Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. And I'm going to give an introduction to Midpen and an update on our projects. My name is Craig Gleason. I'm the Ward 1 Director for Midpen. And first, I'd like to introduce and thank Josh Hugg, who's our Government Affairs Program Manager. And Josh and the staff at Midpen are the ones who are really behind everything that I'll be speaking to here tonight. Next slide, please. So I'm going to speak to the mission, and I'm not going to go through all the words on the slide here, but basically we boil down our mission to these 5 words that you see on the right: preserve, protect, restore, educate, and enjoy. And the preserve is the preservation of the green belt around us, protecting that from being developed. The protect and restore are the protection and restoration of natural resources, the land, the plants, and the animals. And then education and enjoyment is for the people, getting people out on the land, allowing them to enjoy nature. On the coast side, our mission is expanded to include the viable use of agricultural lands as well, and typically that takes the form of conservation grazing, so to preserve and protect the grasslands. Next slide, please. So Midpen, a little hard to see on this slide, but Midpen, the district extends from Half Moon Bay up in the north all the way down to into a little bit of Santa Cruz County at the south end. And it goes from the bay on the east all the way to the Pacific Ocean on the west. And we divide it up into 7 wards. Ward 1 is our area here that includes Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, Saratoga, parts of Cupertino, and also the lands down south of Los Gatos, all the way through Mount Umunum and Loma Prieta there. Next slide, please. Midpen was created in 1972 based on a grassroots voter initiative. And this was called Measure R, or the Room to Breathe initiative. And it was put together by a group of forward-thinking people who were looking around at what was happening in other places, particularly Southern California, and seeing the houses creeping up the hillsides and really saying, we don't want this to happen here. So they put together this initiative and were able to get it passed first in Santa Clara County, later on in parts of San Mateo County, and then finally moving over to the coast side as well. The district is funded by a slice of your property tax, and additionally sometimes we'll issue general obligation bonds that allow us to do additional development. So for example, in 2014 we passed Measure AA, which funds 25 high priority projects for public access and for natural resource preservation. We currently have 26 open space preserves. 24 of those are open to the public, and we expect to add 1 more next year with Cloverdale Ranch, which we just acquired on the coast side. So in those 24 that are open to the public, we have over 250 miles of trails, and access and parking for those are always free of charge. We also have a very active volunteer program. A large part of that focuses on invasive vegetation management. And then there's also a great team of docent naturalists who lead hikes and rides in the preserves. And I'm a big fan of those activities myself. Really recommend them to everybody. Next slide, please. So many of you may be familiar already with the 4 preserves that we have right around Los Gatos. And these are, I'll go through them quickly. Bear Creek Redwoods is at the, about a mile up Bear Creek Road. And it is open for hiking and equestrian use. And it also hosts a stable for riding and boarding and teaching. Now, unfortunately, Bear Creek Redwoods is closed right now due to a failure in a culvert. But our staff is working hard to get that back open, and also to actually create a new set of trails in the lower part of the preserve. Next slide. El Sereno is up above the west side of town, and it's very popular for hiking, mountain biking, and dog walking. And it includes part of the Bay Area Ridge Trail. So we have two projects coming up in the future to connect El Sereno actually down to Lexington Reservoir area, and then also down to Sanborn Park on the other side. Next slide. Sierra Azul across Lexington Reservoir is our biggest open space preserve. It's 19,000 acres, and it extends all the way from Kennedy Road on the north down to the edge of Soquel Demonstration State Forest on the south, and includes the iconic radar tower that you see here at Mount Umunhum. There's also a beautiful trail that goes up the east side of Mount Umunhum all the way to the top. And then one of the Measure AA projects is actually to connect a trail from Mount Umunhum down past Loma Prieta all the way down. And when we do that, we'll have a trail all the way from Los Gatos to the far end of the Forest of Nicene Marks in Santa Cruz County. Next slide, please. And then finally, St. Joseph's Hill is really our local preserve here. You can get there from Jones Road. You can hike or ride up to the top. And it's a beautiful little place. It's one of our most popular preserves. And it's a special place for Los Gatos because it was actually funded partly by the town in partnership with Midpen back in 1982. And it also includes two of my favorite trails in the area, the Flume Trail and the Serpentine Trail. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about some new projects or project updates. And if you remember the newt there, he's going to figure in the last slide that I show. But first, talking about fire, more and more fire has become a very high priority for a lot of our local municipalities and agencies. And while Midpen staff are not the primary firefighters, they're often involved, and sometimes they're actually first on the scene because they are stationed in the preserves that might be closer to where the fires are starting. This particular picture shows a case where Midpen staff were helping to hold the fire line at Old Hall Road in La Honda, and this was part of the 2020 CZU fire. That particular fire really stepped up our urgency to manage fuel loads in the preserves in a way that is consistent with natural resource management and biodiversity. Next slide, please. So our wildland fire resiliency program is designed to improve fire and climate resiliency in a way that protects open space lands, their habitats, and the natural resources on those lands. And it consists of these four parts in the figure on the right. The vegetation management plan identifies specific areas where we're going to go in and reduce the fuel loads. And typically this takes the form of shaded fuel breaks, where we're reducing the understory while leaving the large trees and the canopy intact. Then there's a prescribed fire plan where we're identifying key locations where we're going to go in and actually burn to reduce the fuel loads. And that plan is in the environmental analysis stage right now. As we get closer to the point where we roll it out, we'll interact very, very closely with the municipalities and local agencies. And we'll also give the public a chance to weigh in and understand what's going to be done in these areas. We also have resource advisor maps, which provide information on conditions like structures and natural resources in the particular areas, and those are used to guide the details of the fire resiliency plans. And then there's a monitoring plan, which gives a framework to record before and after these activities take place to inform the program moving forward. And the map on the left side is showing a particular program that we're doing in partnership with the Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council, as well as San Jose Water and Santa Clara County Parks. And that is to protect the Los Gatos Creek watershed. So there's a lot of fire resiliency work going on up in the areas of Bear Creek and Sanborn County Park. Okay, next slide, please. So this talks to a number of projects that we have going on up in the area of Highway 17 and Lexington Reservoir. And there are two major crossings here. One is a wildlife crossing, which is going to be in the area just north of the dam at Lexington Reservoir. And the purpose of that is really to improve wildlife connectivity across from say the area on the west near El Sereno through to Sierra Azul and eventually over to the east side of the valley. And we have a pretty severe issue with wildlife mortality on our roads. It can also be a public safety issue. And it impedes the spread of genetic diversity. It interferes with the wildlife, the health of the wildlife populations, and particularly for mountain lions. So we're putting a high priority on that project there. At the same time, we have public access projects where we're going to make trail connections, including a connection across Highway 17 for the Bay Area Ridge Trail. And that will connect, ultimately will connect all 4 of these preserves. You'll have a connection up to El Sereno there, and finally down to Sanborn Park. We're hoping to begin construction on these projects in 2026. Next slide, please. And here we're back to our friend the newt. Now, several years ago, some citizen scientists were doing studies on Alma Bridge Road, where they could see that there were many, many newts being killed on the road. And if you've been out there, it can be fairly distressing to see this. So this eventually led to a project that studied the newt mortality expectations over the years. And we found that if we don't do anything, we might expect that the local population of the newts will be wiped out over the course of 50 to 60 years. So Midpen has partnered with Santa Clara County and some other organizations to identify possible solutions to this. And these involve a set of different types of designs for newt crossings or wildlife crossings that will allow the newts to get across the road safely. And we're hoping to go to approval at the Midpen board probably sometime this year or next, and then to get into the details of the environmental and the physical planning for these crossings. Next slide, please. So that's our presentation for tonight. I don't know if you want to take any time for questions, but I would like to invite everybody to come out into the open space preserves and find the things that you enjoy to do. It's a great space out there, and we would love to welcome you. And thanks very much for hosting us here tonight.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hudes has a comment or a question.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Gleason. And I don't think that enough residents really understand and treasure this open space jewel that we have right at our backyard. It is absolutely an amazing thing, and I want to thank you for your leadership in representing us and stepping into the footsteps of Mr. Siemens, who served for so long. So thank you, and I hope more people can be aware, and thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to echo that and remind people that, right out the door, we have some of the most beautiful hiking and biking areas. And, that is the setting for our beautiful community, our close tie to nature. And it doesn't happen by accident. It happened with vision, and it happens with continued work. And so I'm so appreciative that we have residents that support this and a resident in our community that chose to represent us here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, because today is so full of surprises, the commendation is not to be found, but you know what? There will be one, and it will be framed, and that's all right, because we still have all the attention and glory for the Police Foundation. So I'd like to ask Jonathan Knowles to step forward, and then invite your board members up, please. So I will read the commendation, even though it's not all fancy and framed right now, it will be. Whereas the mission of the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation is to provide an opportunity for local individuals and business owners to participate in how public safety is practiced in our community, both today and in the future, by building strong ties between community members and the public safety professionals that protect and serve them. Whereas the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation has partnered with the police department for over 25 years to engage community members in dialogue concerning public safety and funded a wide variety of technology support, training, and community-focused programs. And whereas the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation helps envision and enable world-class, efficient, and equitable public safety practices and services that serve as a model to other communities nationwide, now therefore the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos wishes to commend the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation for their commitment to improving and sustaining public safety in our community. Now therefore the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render, with special appreciation, commendation, and thanks to the Los Gatos Monte Sereno Police Foundation and its board of directors for years of dedicated public service to the Town of Los Gatos and its residents.
Thank you. Thank you. Elaine's going to take some photos. Come on up, Elaine. We'll do a photo shaking hands. Quick smile for... Okay, thank you. All of those things wouldn't be possible if we didn't have an outstanding collaboration and partnership with the town, our elected representatives, all of you who are here today, and with, of course, our chief, Jamie Field. We are so fortunate that we have you, Mayor Ristow, and all of you council members. We couldn't do it without it. And those things we take very seriously, that we believe sincerely in and practice and model for other communities, those values put forth there. And I'm very happy to say that we don't just aspire to that, it's happening. We have cities such as San Jose who are looking at how we do this with community involvement in public safety and are looking to model those things, and other municipalities throughout the state who we will have an opportunity to next year to spend some time with and talking to them about how we do what we do and hopefully model that for them as well. So thank all of you for your support over all the years for this very important thing called public safety that we just can't live without. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. All right, now that we've lost commendations, lost a microphone, and bumbled around, here we are. So thank you, everybody. It's always great to start out on a really positive note. So now that we've done our commendations, I will move to council and manager matters. So this is when members of the council can share with the community and their fellow council members anything of significance that we're all very, very busy between meetings, but anything major that you'd like to highlight that our public and our council members need to know. So I will start with Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief as we have a big agenda here tonight, but one thing that I wanted to highlight was that I, with my partner, hosted a fundraiser at my home for the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, which the mayor generously attended and spoke at. And we raised over $3,000 for a newly created rental assistance program, which is super exciting, kind of the first of its kind here. And so this program aims to help renters in Los Gatos be able to stay in Los Gatos. And there's significant research that shows that many individuals have to leave their rental homes because of a $300 or $500 bill. And so just that they can't quite make that. They had a big car payment or something that month that was unexpected, and they're paying month rent. And so if you know of anyone in the community that is in need of this sort of assistance, we now have some funds, and we've had some other donations before this, and we're getting close to our goal of $15,000. So if you know anyone that is in need of rental assistance in Los Gatos, you can look up the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition online and get access to that funding there. I hosted my monthly council member community coffee where I talked about the number of different items, including homelessness, safe routes to schools, communication methods, affordable housing, and our lovely elementary schools here in Los Gatos. I had some good meetings with community leaders like the chair of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission and Paul Johnson, the Los Gatos Union School District Superintendent, and then a few official meetings. One that was interesting is one of the bodies I serve on is the West Valley Sanitation District, and the West Valley Sanitation District has been in a large ongoing lawsuit in the hundreds of millions of dollars for the past many years, and the trial just ended, and it's kind of a wash. The jury found that the city of San Jose, who was on the opposite side of the West Valley Sanitation District, breached West Valley's contract, but there were no damages awarded. So there's going to be continued discussions of I think that this will continue. This isn't the end of that, but yeah, interesting to see, Los Gatos involved in hundreds of millions of dollars. We're not liable at all for any damages or anything. It's the district, but yeah. And then also attended the Housing Element Advisory Board along with Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami?
Thank you. I've had conversations with residents throughout town on various issues. Meetings of significance would be the Shannon Road community meeting that other council members also attended, and that's concerning an item that we'll be hearing later tonight with pedestrian and bicycle improvements. The Conceptual Development Advisory Committee also met, and we reviewed a development proposal at the site of the post office for several housing units. I think it was, I'm sorry? I'm sorry, it would be replacing the post office at the site of the town plaza. 5 stories high. Anyway, those are the meetings that I've had of significance, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. I met with members of the newly forming group, Friends of Los Gatos Older Adults, and hopefully there'll be more to report on that in the fall. I attended the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting along with Councilmember Moore, and I wanted to just take a minute because not many of the public attended that meeting. And I thought it was a useful start to the process. However, we are facing a very critical deadline of needing to have our housing element certified, and we received a letter with 27 serious comments on the previous version, and I'm very concerned that the town must have at least a fully certified and implemented housing element, and certainly must have the zoning changes that are needed by January 31st, 2024. If not, there's the possibility of the state taking over many of our land use decisions, our permitting processes, and other things. So after participating in it and thinking about the consequences, I've requested a couple of meetings to further engage the council and the community in this. The first would be an agenda item to review the work plan for meeting that deadline and the role of the consultants, and to provide direction to staff and to the housing element about the most expeditious route to achieving a successful approval. The second, because we got into a number of questions about these pre-applications that have been submitted for very substantial buildings that have been submitted under state law SB 330, and there was a bit of confusion about them, and there's also differing opinions about whether having the housing element in place has caused this to accelerate. And so I'm requesting a study session for the public, the Planning Commission, and the Council to review the potential impacts of state law on the decisions that we can and cannot make regarding some of these developments. And they are substantial, including one on the North 40 that is somewhere around 90 feet tall, one that is in the town plaza of a 5-story building, and others around town that would be, I think, a big change for the character of our town. So I think it would be very helpful for us to have a study session on that. And sorry I went long on that, but I do think that the public may not be completely aware of that meeting. And then I participated in the Association of Bay Area Governments general meeting, and I served as a delegate and voted to approve a budget for an increase in the budget, which the town will have to bear a small amount to help advocate for some of the policies that the group of Bay Area governments feel that would be of value to the town. And that is pretty much what I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. It reminded me, I did meet with, I did meet with two, let me call them members of our senior activists in town that have been working on our senior plans and so forth, who actually happened to be on the county SourceWise board, and I met with them. They were looking for advice for how to improve senior mobility, since I'm been on the VTA board, currently alternate and chair of the Policy Advisory Committee board for VTA. So I met with them to give them some advice on how we can better get dollars from Measure B and other sources for improving our mobility for seniors. On June 7th, I attended LAFCO's 60-year lunch celebration. LAFCOs were formed after the annexation wars of the 50s, when the cities were out grabbing land as quickly as they can before other cities could get them, and you ended up with sprawling cities and inefficient delivery of services. If you annexed way over here and you had to run a sewer line way over there just for these people, it's very inefficient. So LAFCO oversees annexations now, and they oversee special districts such as water districts, sewer districts, fire districts, to make sure that the government is delivering services efficiently. I'm no longer a LAFCO commissioner, but I'm a past commissioner, so I was invited to the lunch. So it was a 60 years. So our Santa Clara County LAFCO was formed in 1963, if I count backwards correctly. On 6/9, I attended the Casa Diablo 4 geothermal plant ribbon cutting. As a board member of Silicon Valley Clean Energy, we have a 10-year contract with them to provide 7 megawatts of continuous power, which is about a quarter of the power from that plant. It's an important base load, and what base load means is it runs all the time, and it's a clean energy base load. Something like solar is clean, but it's not on all the time, right? Wind is clean, but it's not on all the time. So it's important to have clean base loads like a geothermal plant. So that was interesting to go to that ribbon cutting. On 6/14, Silicon Valley Clean Energy again had, before our board meeting of directors, staff held a study session to review the emissions accounting mechanisms used in the energy industry. It's complicated, which detailed how the agency is meeting its 100% clean goals on an annual basis. The board also discussed the results of a stress test analysis that informs the target levels for Silicon Valley Clean Energy's financial reserves to keep us healthy financially. I'll just give a little more detail. Silicon Valley Clean Energy continues to meet our state clean energy procurement obligations with its portfolio of renewable and carbon-free resources, such as the one I mentioned. Silicon Valley Clean Energy has invested $2.1 billion so far in renewable projects such as solar plus battery storage, so that solar plus battery is important. It's solar only during the middle of the day. You store some, you can actually put power on the grid in the evening when there isn't any solar. We also have wind and geothermal, as I mentioned. While the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Mix is 100% clean, staff has shared with us that our 2022 power content label will show 72 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour due to emissions largely ascribed to the geothermal project. As I mentioned, geothermal is really good because it's almost clean, runs all the time, but they do have a few anthropogenic carbon emissions that they assign to it, but it's worth it to have this very strong energy source. I think I'm going to skip some of this other details since the night's going to go long. Also on 6/15, I'll skip that too. 6/15, I also attended the Cities Association dinner, which was sponsored again by Silicon Valley Clean Energy. That's where all the cities are members of the Cities Association. This was a get-together, and actually we learned more about clean energy from Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and that's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami has a comment, and then I'll finish.
Yes, so along with all the surprises and mishaps tonight, and we had 4 meetings starting at 5, this one being the last, I didn't bring my notes as to my recent meetings. So I incorrectly reported on the CDAC meeting that I will let Mayor Risto elaborate on, and she was kind enough to correct me. So when I brought up the town plaza with the 5-story building, that is getting a lot of attention. So that was what I incorrectly reported on, but I'll allow Mayor Risto to elaborate on our Conceptual Development Advisory Committee meeting.
Thank you. And there is a lot going on. I mean, I think if people are paying attention, there's a number of pre-applications coming in under Senate Bill 330. There is some confusion about that. I have been in conversation with our town manager and town attorney, and we will have a study session so people can understand that better. And because there's been so much discussion, it's easy to forget which meeting was which. But the Vice Mayor and I were both at the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee, and that project that was brought forward is at the site of Cafe Dio, and it's a proposed 3-story, 26 residential units, I think, with below-ground parking. And, you know, people can propose anything. We don't know what'll actually come forward, and there's a lot of process ahead of it. But I think, you know, it's a good time to start paying attention to what's happening, and we can look and try to shape the projects or see what makes sense with what we're doing. Let's see. I was also at the Cities Association annual membership dinner with Councilmember Rennie, and it was great to hear all the good work going forward with Silicon Valley Clean Energy and what the options are for electrifying homes. The other thing is every other elected I talked to was talking about the housing element. So we're all feeling the pressure. We all have our staff working really hard. We all have our communities paying attention, and you know, everybody's working through this process as hard as we can. Let's see, couple ribbon cuttings, beautification committee meeting. We do need people who want to come and help us weed or plant flowers or do things around downtown. So if you're interested in the beautification committee, let me know and I'll get you in touch. But we've got a group of people that are just ready to spend some Saturday mornings doing something instructive. The manager and I had the good fortune the last 2 weeks, and I think next Tuesday, to meet with the children's art camp. So NUMU has an art camp where the students look around town, do a variety of activities, but they'll be putting together new panels for the footbridge that goes over Highway 17. And so today was the second week of meeting with the students, who are just full of great questions. And I have to say, when you really want to think about what's important in town or how you make decisions, have kids ask you questions. It really makes you think, and it really grounds you. And then I don't think I need, and then the one thing that nobody brought up is last Tuesday, our council had its retreat. So the 5 of us got together with almost all the directors in the department. Our staff was there, and it was kind of a nice team building opportunity to talk about a variety of things in a more casual environment. And with that, I'll turn to our manager.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. I want to announce that we are doing our 4th of July celebration at Oak Meadow Park on the 4th of July, so please come see us at 11 o'clock. We've got the symphony coming, as well as a bounce house and some other fun activities, and we also appreciate the role of our service clubs that are playing an important role this year. So please join us. And then later on in July, we'll begin our Sunday concert series that we call Music in the Park. So that's Sunday afternoons in the late afternoon, just right out here at Civic Center. So please watch for announcements about the bands and about the start. That'll be closer to the end of July. And with that, I'll turn to our town attorney who will give our closed session report. Thank you.
Thank you. The town council met in closed session before the regular meeting, and the meeting was held pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D3, and there's no reportable action arising out of that closed session.
Thank you. With that, I will move to our consent items. We have, 15 items on the consent calendar. Any one of them can be discussed, but they are considered not very controversial or very straightforward. That said, any member of the public can speak on the items on the consent calendar, and I don't have any cards for consent calendar. I don't have any hands raised on Zoom, so I'll turn back to council for comments, questions, or a motion. And Councilmember Hughes, I know you have some questions.
Yeah, I had questions on a few of them. So on number 4, my question is, this is about the community garden, the design project for the community garden. To what degree are community advocates involved in this design process? I think it's important because the idea came from our community, and the garden will be operated and supported by the community. And so it's a little different than some of the other construction projects that we're involved in.
Thank you for the question. As noted in the staff report, this is the first step in the process. So we need to get the designer on board to do base maps and other initial reconnaissance. And then we will be in a position to come to council for your direction, and that will be an open public meeting. The public and the community is certainly welcome to join us. And then once we get direction from the council, we'll start the full-on community engagement. But the contract that's before you is to just get the ball rolling so we can do that community engagement.
Great. I mean, it's rare that we have a project where there are willing volunteers to actually do work and roll up their sleeves and have brought this idea forward. So I would encourage engagement of town staff and the design consultant to engage with these folks before this comes to council. I think I'd be listening for that very carefully. Thank you.
Okay, but we just need the consultants first. So, all right, that's it. So do we have a motion for the consent calendar? Councilmember Rennie?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 15, excluding item 13, which has been removed.
That's correct. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay. Councilmember, I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Hughes.
I had a question on a couple other items, and they've been now moved for consent. So do I have the opportunity to ask those questions?
Yes, anytime before the council takes a vote.
Right. So in our discussion, you may ask your questions now.
Okay. So I'm going to skip over item 5 for a moment. Item 8 is the agreement with the town and Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation about senior services. And so I had 2 questions about the agreement itself. Does the agreement affect the 2009 lease agreement? And on page 118, there are changes that are called for. Are those enacted in the current resolution that's before us?
So the item before you is an agreement to provide funding for services, for senior services specifically, and per prior council direction, it's with the Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation. This does not change the lease. The lease is not before you. This is solely an agreement for senior services The scope of work was reviewed and endorsed by our Community Health and Senior Services Commission. So this is a contract for services.
Thank you. If I may follow up, in that lease, there are services that are listed and they're out of date. And there's on page 118, it describes the old services and I believe the new services. So that listing of those changes, are those enacted? I guess that's more a question for the town attorney about whether page 118 is enacted by passing this resolution.
No, if there are changes that need to be made to the lease agreement, that would have to happen separately.
Okay, thank you. And I had one minor question. It talks about distributing the print. Do we know to whom will the print be distributed?
That is determined by Los Gatos Saratoga Recreation. So we can follow up with a communication to the council after, subsequent to this meeting. But that is within their purview.
Okay, thank you. I would be very interested in understanding that, and hopefully the CHSSE was involved in that decision about who gets the print. So I don't need to do anything more on item 8. I'm in agreement with it. I did have questions on item 10, which is the completion of the developer's responsibility for certain elements of the North 40 development phase 1. And so my first question is, has staff verified that the streets concerned in the North 40 development are in final finished condition, such that there are no ruts, potholes, substantial flaws in the improvements?
Yes, I'm going to answer the question here, Town Engineer Gary Heap. Yes, we have inspected those roadways, and all the roadways we are proposing to accept as part of the item this evening have been inspected and are in good shape and do not have any defects.
So I had one follow-up to that, and thank you for that. There are roads internal that are not Lark or Los Gatos Boulevard. Does the developer have any responsibility to complete those, remove trash, vehicles, and other things from those internal streets? There's some where there's no curbs and sidewalks haven't been completed. Is any of that within the purview of item 10 that we're asking the developer to complete?
I can go ahead and address that question again. None of those items on site are within the item number 10 this evening. To answer your other question, the developer, before those improvements are accepted, is responsible for those improvements, including any maintenance, any upkeep, and any cleaning.
Okay, thank you. That's maybe something we might want to look at on a future agenda, is the state of that development, and as it appeared to have, to me, unsafe conditions and things that were not completed, and a lot of debris piled up on one of the roads in that area. I understand those are private streets, but I understand the developer is also interested in moving forward with another development, and so I think it would be valuable for us to take a look at that at some time in the future. And then the last one I had is on the Blossom Hill Road, and this is on improvements. This is item 15, and this is in response to our community's request that we improve the safety of Blossom Hill Road, and there's work that the town is doing in collaboration with the city of San Jose. And so I had two questions about that. One of them is the identification as a key collision corridor, and there's a statement in the report that says the segment of Blossom Hill Road where the fatalities occurred is not identified as a key collision corridor. And so my question is, why wouldn't the entirety of Blossom Hill Road be included, since there have been 47 collisions, 51 injuries in the past 5 years, and 2 fatalities this year?
Thank you for the question. I am Tracy Wayne, the Transportation and Mobility Manager. And the consultants, Fair and Peers, that did the local roadway safety plan, the data they were looking at for that plan was from 2015 to 2019. So it's a different set of data than the ones we're considering that were in the staff report here. And at that time, the segment from Camden to Union did not have high markers compared to other areas. And the other reason was that in mid-2019, there were improvements on Blossom Hill Road, west of Los Gatos Road, that was a road diet and a class 4 bikeway, and also a traffic study at Hillbrook School in 2020. And so they were trying not to over-focus on a single corridor and area, especially since Blossom Hill Road has many different contexts on the entire corridor that would need customized solutions depending on like number of driveways and such. So they really tried to represent locations that needed attention that didn't currently have activity or projects that were underway.
And so if I may, does leaving it off of a key collision corridor prevent us from focusing enough attention on these areas where there were fatalities?
So the request in the staff report is to authorize us to work with the consultants to go after the grant that would allow us to update/amend the local roadway safety plan to be a comprehensive safety action plan in which those corridors would be updated based on the more recent data.
Okay, thank you. And one final question on that. The consulting work is only for $125,000. If additional funds were allocated, could the safety of Blossom Hill Road be expedited?
So the amount for going after the grant application is just the $25,000. The other amount was the earlier agreement of working on the local roadway safety plan. And to the concept of if we put more money towards it, could we have safety improvements expedited? It really depends on the funding. So if the town had funding that they could use to go do improvements right away, that's a different workflow than if the town was reliant on grant funding, which requires you to have the planning and then study and then implementation study and so forth. So that timeline could not be expedited.
Okay, so on that one, I would hope that we may have an opportunity to look at the funding so that we can expedite the safety improvements on Blossom Hill Road.
Yeah, let me just clarify that the funding item before you is just to have a consultant assist us with preparing the application. So that's all that the consultant is doing. Based on whether or not we're successful with the grant, that will then help determine the scope of the physical changes that will subsequently come to council for consideration and discussion. So this is only for the grant preparation. So putting more money towards preparing the application isn't going to expedite anything.
Okay, sorry.
And if I could jump in on one thing also, just a reminder, this is working jointly with the city of San Jose. So when it comes to doing anything there, it has to be in step with both municipalities. So this is just getting us started here. Vice Mayor.
So I have a question on item number 5, and that's authorizing the town manager to issue a request for qualifications for revenue ballot measure consulting services. Do we have any kind of ballpark figure as to how much, the range of what it might cost? 50,000, 100,000?
Thank you. So back in 2016, we did something very similar where we hired a couple of consultants. As it turned out, the town ended up going with 2 different firms. And while the agreement was for a significant amount of money, the actual expenditure turned it out to be only $50,000. And that was again in 2016. So with this consideration, we will go out for requests for qualifications. That will come back to us with their cost estimates, and then we'll come back to council and with our selected consultant for your consideration. So we don't know yet exactly the full amount, but I imagine it will be in the $50,000 to $100,000 range given inflation and other cost increases.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd almost rather continue the item pending input from the Finance Commission, but in this case, you've indicated that you will be working with the Finance Commission for options. So for now, I can approve the request without committing to future approval for consulting services.
Thank you. Yeah, and part of the reason we put it out there on consent was that no decisions are being made about what kind of funding we're looking for or anything. It's just start to look for the consultant, then work with the Finance Commission and the council. But given that the council is on recess for the next month, just trying to get some things started so that we could be in a position a year from now. If we're going to put anything on the ballot, we need to get started. Thank you. Councilmember Hures.
So, just as a follow-up question, so would the consultant be working on a range of revenue enhancement measures or strictly on a parcel tax?
We don't know. That's going to depend on the town council because we'll take the direction from you.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment to that is that, I'm not in favor of a parcel tax on residents until we explore other revenue options, some of which we've talked about before, and including continuous productivity improvements for the town as well. And so if this is not earmarked only for a parcel tax, then I can support it. But if it's too narrow, then I would have to vote against that item. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the staff report indicated that it was open, and we just, considering that we may want to look at a revenue source, we need to start now without any assumptions made. Okay, so it looks like we've had lots of discussion. Okay, Vice Mayor.
I don't see any other hands up, and I believe we had a motion on the table.
We have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Consent calendar passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we will move to verbal communications. This is the portion of the meeting where anybody can speak on any item that would be work before the council but is not on tonight's agenda. So if you have something that you want to address to us that's not on the agenda, this is the right time. I have potentially 2 cards. I have one for sure that I know is verbal, and the other didn't have an agenda item on it. So first I'll call Carl Guardino, with potentially a little snoozer over there. Did we put him to sleep? This was so scintillating. Oh, I am.
He was so excited to come tonight, too. My name's Carl Guardino. I'm Vice President of Global Government Affairs for Toronto Wireless and a longtime resident of Los Gatos and Montesarino. And I'm here this evening building on Town Manager Laurel Pravetti's comments about our Independence Day weekend. Before all that great food and all those calories you're going to consume on the 4th of July, I have your solution to burn those calories 3 days earlier on Saturday, July 1st for our 3rd annual Stars and Strides Run and Walk in downtown San Jose, with all of the proceeds going to help folks a lot less fortunate than most of us financially in this valley through the Valley Health Foundation's work with our 3 public hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics and the 1 million neighbors here in Silicon Valley that they annually serve with their basic healthcare needs. Our first year, we were able to donate and raise $274,500. Last year, $300,000, and our ambitious goal working together this year is $330,000 for the Valley Health Foundation. So we're hoping you'll join us Saturday morning, July 1st in downtown San Jose. It's a 5K run or walk. Please don't be intimidated. More than half the people just come out and walk and enjoy their neighbors. A 10K run and a kids fun run, which is what Jake was so excited about to come, because with our county sheriff, the county helicopter is going to land on the lawn of the Children's Discovery Museum lawn, and out of that helicopter is going to step Wonder Woman and Superman and a patient from the Valley Medical Center that has been well cared for there to kick off our Kids Fun Run for ages 2 through 7. So I want to encourage you tonight to consider 3 things. 1, if you're going to be in town that weekend, please join us to run or walk. 2, as you communicate with the community, to encourage them to join you as well. And 3, for those of you who like social media, if you have a chance to post about it, we'd appreciate it. Again, if we hit our goal, we're going to be able to raise and donate $330,000 this year. Thanks for your service. I'll leave these with the clerk to pass around the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guardino. All right. I have one more card that didn't have an item on it. Jeffrey Blum. So I don't know if you wanted to speak at verbal or... Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I thought I wrote something on it. 2 things.
What you wanted to speak, but verbal or agenda weren't filled out. That's fine.
Okay,
So you have
sorry.
3 minutes.
Okay, 2 things. Jeffrey Blum, Community Health and Senior Services Commission. 2 things I wanted to bring up. One is great news about the $125,000 coming to the town for either adult daycare services or for a case manager or both. My question is, if you're going to put that to our commission, we would like to know that sooner rather than later so that we can, proactively start thinking about it. For example, if we're going to have a case manager, what kind of qualifications a person should have. So that's item 1. Second, some great reading for you while you're taking a break in July is to read our mental health and substance abuse report, which we submitted a few months ago. And we're going to try and develop a roadmap for that, but you may want to read it, and if you have any comments, please pass them along to us. So that's really all that I had, unless there are any questions about either of those 2 items.
Thank you, Mr. Blum. Do we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm looking, I have no more cards in the room, but I have a hand raised on Zoom. T. Whitney. If you'd like to address us, you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So my husband and I are trying to we're trying to we have a lot of the Santa Clara County Fire Department is trying to never mind.
I don't know if you're cutting in and out. It's hard to hear.
It sounds like she might be talking about a subsequent item. where we're going to be talking about the brush abatement.
Okay, is this related to brush abatement?
Yes.
Okay, we have not gotten to that item yet, so hold on, and when we get to it, I'll call on you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so that was my only hand on Zoom. So with that, I'm going to close verbal communication and move to our public hearings. So we'll go to item 16, and we've got Meredith Johnston who will give our report for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Meredith Johnston, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. The town conducts an annual process of reviewing landscape and lighting assessment districts, which includes 6 benefit zones. The purpose of the districts is to improve for ongoing maintenance and care of landscape areas. That is especially benefit to the properties within those zones. The item before you tonight is the final report with the required public hearing and a recommended action of adopting 6 resolutions, which will authorize the collection of the said assessments for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. No protests or other written communications have been received on the proposed assessments. This conducts my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from council members? All right, then I will open the public comment. I don't have any cards for this item, and I'm not seeing any hands on Zoom. So I will close the public comment and move to council members. Council member Rennie.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolutions in attachments 1 through 6 for item 16.
Okay, council member Hudes.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Now I'm guessing you have another report for us.
I do, thank you. So once again, this is Meredith Johnston, Administrative Technician with the Parks and Public Works Department. The town annually adopts a hazardous vegetation abatement program, also known as the brush abatement program. Due to high fire risk, abatement requirements are taken very seriously to ensure property owners meet their obligations. The town collaborates with the Santa Clara County Fire Prevention Division, which serves as the enforcement agent and conducts inspections. Each year, property owners are reminded that they must remove flammable vegetation from around their homes and other structures to create defensible space. As of today, 4 parcels are referenced in attachment 1 of the staff report remain non-compliant with enforced safety regulations. The item before you tonight includes the recommended actions. First, conduct a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed removal of hazardous vegetation, brush on the non-compliant parcels. Second, order the abatement of the public nuisance to be completed on the non-compliant parcels by the town's authorized contractor, who is Santa Clara County Fire. A public hearing will be conducted in August for council to consider and authorize the final list of assessment charges, which will be submitted to the county tax assessor. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions along with Senior Deputy Fire Marshal Curtis Rule, who is here with us tonight from Santa Clara County Fire.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Councilmember Rennie has his hand up.
Just a quick question. I recall reading in here that this report was written before a deadline and there could be changes. So just make sure that nothing actually changed after the report. We're still at 4 properties?
That is correct. We're still at 4 properties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. Don't have any cards, but I'm guessing that Ms. Whitney would like to continue speaking on this item. So now is the time for public comment on this item for brush abatement. So Ms. Whitney, you can raise your hand, or you should be able to unmute yourself. I'm not getting a response. Oh, okay. You can unmute yourself if you'd like. Can you raise your hand if you can hear me? Do we know if Miss Whitney and her husband were one of the property owners? Okay. Okay. She doesn't appear to be responding, so I'm going to have to close public comment. Give you one last chance. Teresa, can you hear me? Oh, you're unmuted. Hello, hello. All right, well, unfortunately, I'm going to close public comment because I don't know how long we can sit here and move to council members. Councilmember Rennie.
So let's see if staff has any more information. So if we know that John Whitney is the property owner for 61 Montebello Way, number 4. It looks like our fire representative maybe could give us a little more clarification maybe on what's happening there since the owner was not able to.
Thank you, Council, for the question. The homeowner had requested an extension of several weeks beyond the initial due date. We subsequently reviewed the file, and there's a significant amount of work that has to be done on the property. So we are not in support of the extension beyond the due date. To illustrate our good faith to work with citizens, we're willing to inspect completed properties up until this Thursday in the afternoon. And then we are willing to then take them off the list before they come before you for final recordation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification. So we don't have the one person who may be protesting it. The other 3 have not made any comments. Okay, council members, do we have a motion? Something they'd like to do? I'll go with the Vice Mayor.
I'll try a motion. We take public safety seriously, especially fire risks that quickly spread and have devastating consequences. So I move to order abatement of the parcels listed in attachment 1 that are part of the 2023 Wildland Urban Interface Area Non-Compliant Parcel List.
Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right. Next, we'll move to item 18 and invite Director Ungari to give us a report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, Gita Ungwari, Finance Director. The item in front of you to adopt a series of salary schedule. One is effective April 2nd, 2023, and the rest of them effective July 9th, 2023, including all bargaining units and all town employees. This item was presented for the Town Council with the budget adoption, and the adopted budget includes those salary schedule. However, the agenda item just omitted those items, so the council wasn't able to act on it. But the council has to act and adopt those salary schedule, so that's why that's stop asking adopt salary schedule 1-G, A-G as listed as attachment 1-7 in the staff report. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. Yes, so as a reminder to council members, this was on our last agenda as part of our budget discussion, but because of a kind of a software glitch, all the items didn't make it onto the public agenda. So we did have the opportunity to discuss it 2 weeks ago. I don't know if anyone has any questions. Seeing none at the moment, I'll open the public comment. I don't have any cards for this item, and I don't see any hands raised. So, I know it takes a minute sometimes. Okay, so I will move to, I'll close public comment and move
Excuse
to my
me,
fellow
Mayor,
council members.
It looks like our Zoom meeting has
Oh.
been interrupted, so we need to stop for a moment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that does not, oh, now it says it's disconnected. Okay, 1 second. Technology's been exciting tonight. I'm afraid to get too close to my microphone. This is the plus and minus of allowing remote participation. When it works, it's great, and when it doesn't, it's inconvenient. I do appreciate everybody who showed up here in person. Between the fact that we appreciate your dedication, it also feels less lonely than staring at a screen. So. And it is not relaunching.
Mayor, excuse me, we could take a little bit of a break because it looks like it might be an internet connection issue. Looks like it might be a little bit more serious than Zoom.
Okay, and given that we cannot proceed without going to full public comment, why don't we take a 10-minute break? I show 8:19, so 8:29, everyone come back so we can start at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're good? All right, we have KCAT. All right, so the meeting is resumed. I will turn back to Director Ungvari. We were about to move to
Yes,
public.
I just had a brief summary of the adopting and reference the different salary schedule. Yes.
Right, okay. So as a reminder to people, we are on item 18. We've had our staff report, and I was turning to see, I have no cards. Is there anyone on Zoom who wants to speak on the salary schedules? I see 5 members of the public. I see no hands up. So I'm going to close the public comment on this item, move to my fellow council members. Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to adopt salary schedules A through G. Clerk, is that specific enough? Do I need to read them all out? Or okay. Salary schedules A through G, and just make the comment that I'm incredibly appreciative of our hardworking staff, and I think that all of our staff members are more than deserving of this cost of living increase, along with other pay increases for unrepresented staff.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll second that, including the comments.
All right, we have a motion and a second with a lot of appreciation. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll now move to item 19, the actions for the Adult Rec Center. Oh, yes. So this will be new and interesting for us. So welcome, Mr. Keller.
Vice Mayor and council members. This is in regard to the construction of the new ADA-compliant public restroom at the Adult Recreation Center. The project was advertised, bids were opened. San Jose Demolition Incorporated was the apparent low bidder. A notice of intent to award contract was sent to them. However, it has since been confirmed by the Contractor State Licensing Board that San Jose Demolition currently holds a Class C license, not a required Class A or B contractor license. The contractor applied for a Class A license during the bidding process. The license application process takes a minimum of 30 days. As of today, June 20th, 2023, the contractor's license is still listed as a Class C license on the Contractor State Licensing Board website. Due to this licensing issue, a letter stating that the bid was not responsive was sent to San Jose Demolition on June 1st, followed by an email including protest period dates. A protest letter was received from San Jose Demolition Incorporated within the protest period. Based on staff and town attorney findings, San Jose Demolition Incorporated had a bid that was not responsive. We're here today to allow their protest to be heard. And staff's recommendation is that council deny this protest and award the contract to Tucker Construction Incorporated.
Thank you. So before I begin the hearing, do we have any clarifying questions by council members of staff? Okay, so then I call forward the applicant, who has up to 5 minutes to present their case. Is the applicant present? No, I don't see any hands raised online. And no one in the room has submitted a card, and I don't see anybody raising their hand that they're the applicant. So I will then move to public comment if anybody wants to speak on this item. I have no cards. No hands raised. So, and then the applicant, of course, is nothing to rebut and isn't here to do it. So we'll close the hearing and move to Councilmember Hudes.
I had a question. I assume this has delayed the process a bit. If that's true, how much has it delayed the process? This would have been the council meeting that I did bring the award of contract. So it really, at this juncture, it hasn't delayed the process. There was a previous delay, you might all remember, but this one is right on track. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to deny the bid protest and reject the bid from San Jose Demolition as non-responsive and award the construction agreement to Tucker Construction, Attachment 5, and authorize the town manager to execute the contract on behalf of the town.
Okay, we have a motion. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
All right. Not seeing hands raised for comments, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes unanimously. And thank you to staff for such a clear-cut and comprehensive report. I appreciate that. Made it easy for us. We've never had a hearing like that before, so. Check one more thing off. Okay, next we will move to item 20, receiving the report on the status of the shower ministry and providing direction, and I'll turn to our town manager for that report.
Thank you, Council, and good evening again. It's really my honor and pleasure to bring this item for you tonight. And I want to first start by saying that we would not be where we are without our wonderful local faith community and local hotels. Their collaboration, compassion, and commitment to our unhoused residents is truly heartwarming. And I have to say, the collaboration and idea generation and problem solving has just been exceptional. So with that, I want to thank our partners who are here in the audience, as well as those who were unable to join us. We just want to provide 3 brief updates. Council did provide some funding to continue our shower ministry. We have executed that agreement, so they will be running now for quite some time, thanks to your generosity. So that is underway, and we're very excited. Secondly, working with our faith community, we identified a potential location for a temporary restroom. We're recommending that it be an ADA size porta potty with a hand wash station, necessary trash receptacles, recycling if we can get that as well. And if council were to approve the location, we would make sure that it was situated with proper lighting and other needed infrastructure. The goal is for success. So as you know, we have a capital improvement program to build a permanent restroom in the downtown near Town Plaza Park, and we are currently working through that, but it's going to be a number of years before we allocate the funding for construction, et cetera. So the money that council allocated in your previous budget action would allow for the temporary restroom. The proposal is to put it just south of the current post office property on the town's property in the parking lot. This is proximate to Town Plaza Park. And again, we would find a vendor, if this is acceptable to the council, find a vendor who would also be able to do cleaning at least twice a week. Again, we want success. We want it to keep things clean and orderly, and it is an amenity not just for our unhoused, but really for all downtown visitors and users, since we don't have public facilities currently. And then finally, we've been working on the parameters of a hotel voucher program. And in your staff report are the rules that the group has decided upon. Our faith community has already been screening our unhoused. We estimate about 10 individuals currently qualify for participation. And then if council approves the parameters, then what the next step will be to determine the financial details. As you read in tonight's desk item, St. Vincent de Paul is not able to be the administrator of this program, which we certainly respect, and that is no problem. So that means that the town either needs to find another organization to be the administrator, or we become the administrator. So we'll work through those details, but we first wanted to get a sense from council if the rules and the parameters made sense. We defined what was meant by emergency weather conditions fairly specifically. We identified the opportunity for medical. This is similar to what other communities have done, we know our local unhoused residents, so we have, a leg up. This is not just going to be open to anybody who happens to come by and say, oh, I need a place to stay. I do also want to recognize the 3 hotels that have agreed to be partners. It's incredibly generous. And so we are very fortunate to have the community that we have in Los Gatos to even come this quickly for your consideration of these items. And you may have some public testimony tonight on this item. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes has a comment.
I just had a question before getting into the meat of all of it, but in the staff report, it says that the town has subsequently used the simplified approach by allocating ARPA funding to qualifying expenditures, specifically to cover police staffing costs. So my question is, how much of ARPA funding was allocated to police staffing costs, and was that reviewed by the Finance Commission and authorized by the council?
Thank you for the question. So, for the ARPA funding and the approach where we recognize the ARPA revenue for police staffing cost was brought forward to first in February 2022, both the Finance Commission and for the new approach for the Finance Commission and the Town Council. At the budget adoption last year, staff included a report for the Town Council in June 12th, which was also presented to the Finance Commission. And those report showed that we are recognizing the ARPA fund for police staffing cost. So for 2021-22, it was $3.4 million, and 2022-23, it's adopted $3.6 million. So this is the accounting approach, how we recognize this grant funding. However, the staff tracking that $7.2 million, how the council allocated that fund, and that $7.2 million did not include on that tracking any police staffing costs. Those were for the different organization, for rent forgiveness, for the economic vitality, and provided $2.9 million for capital spending.
So if I may follow up, it sounds like all of the ARPA funds, well, $7 million of the $7.2 million were allocated to police staffing costs, and then subsequently there's been some tracking of how those have been used. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so in August, when we are looking at the ARPA allocation, will there be a reconciliation so that we understand where specifically the ARPA funds have gone?
So yes, when we come back in August, we can just repeat those a table that we provided for the budget, with the budget that shows how the 7.2 million proceeds that general fund money that freed up because of we recognize the ARPA money for safety cost freed up, and how we are spending. And every time there is a council action and we bring back come back for ARPA, the staff will bring back a reconciling table and showing that how we spend that money.
Thank you. I hope it would go to the Finance Commission before it comes to the council as well.
It's actually the table that you saw with the adoption of the budget. So you've already seen the table of your prior allocations. So again, all 7.2 went to public safety costs. And so by having the ARPA to cover police safety costs, that then created 7.2 of general fund, for which the council has been allocating for several years now. And in your budget document, there are those tracking worksheets And as we discussed at the budget hearing, there's about $850 or so thousand left for council consideration that we will bring back. And again, the Finance Commission completely reviewed the budget and provided you recommendations. So those tables have already been vetted by the Finance Commission.
Thank you. And just to comment, I'm well aware of the tables. I submitted questions after seeing the tables, and I hope that those questions are answered in August.
Okay, so now we're back to the showers and the public restrooms. Do we have any other questions for staff before I open the public comment? All right, I have one card and I don't have any hands on Zoom right now, so I'll call Ed Lozowicki.
Good evening, Mayor Risto, Vice Mayor Badami, and members of the council. My name is Ed Lozowicki. I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos, about 40 years now. My kids went to school here. I'm also a member of the St. Vincent de Paul Society, which you may remember is an international nonprofit organization that provides care for the needy and less fortunate in our community. We have a chapter of St. Vincent de Paul at St. Mary's Church. So I'm a member of that chapter, and I'm speaking on behalf of the other members, several of whom are here and who would like to stand. Thanks. Sue Amadians, currently our president, Steve Hall, and Tim O'Rourke. And they were all involved in working with the town manager and the hotels in the study group to support the hotel voucher program. So I want to say thank you to the council for providing funding for that program and other fundings. We'd like to say thank you to the town manager and the staff for taking the lead in organizing some in-depth study of how we could make this program work. So I'm here to support the hotel voucher program and the other programs, but specifically the hotel voucher program. So St. Vincent de Paul does provide services to the needy. We're funded entirely by donations, and the work is done by volunteers. But of course, there's only so much that we can do as a volunteer organization. So that's why we appreciate the town's willingness to contribute to taking care of the unhoused residents of our community. We support the hotel voucher program as it's detailed in the town manager's report to council. We have seen firsthand early this year during those terrible atmospheric river storms just how the unhoused in our community suffer. I saw it personally because I volunteer at the showers that are sponsored by the Methodist Church here in town that we partner with. During those storms, people came in, they were wet, dirty, cold. Many of them had lost their possessions because of the flooding along Los Gatos Creek where they camp out. So it was just a traumatic experience for them, and it really moved us to try and do something to provide emergency housing. So the proposal that you have would do that and apply not only to extreme weather conditions, but also to medical emergencies. As the Laurel mentioned, St. Vincent de Paul is not able to operate this. Our rules do not allow us to hold funds such as been proposed, but we will support the program by providing transportation, meals, and support for anybody that qualifies. So I would ask for your approval of the program. Thank you
very much. Do we have any questions for our speaker? No, I just want to thank you so much. I recognize that town government can't do everything. And so the fact that we have such dedicated partners in the community that sort of pull some of the puzzle pieces together and give us an opportunity to do some work that pulls together the good work that's already happening in the community is really helpful and really gratifying.
Okay. Well, thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor, and thank you, council members again.
Okay, I don't have any hands on Zoom, so I will close the public comment and move to discussion with my fellow council members. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as far as the voucher program goes, this looks like a really excellent set of rules and qualifications and so forth. So I'm really impressed with what was created here when I read it. I think a key part of it is, in here it talks about how many of the unhoused residents would qualify for the program. So my concern would be if St. Vincent de Paul is not running the program, how are we going to keep track of who's qualified and not qualified over time?
So it will continue to be a partnership between the town, whoever is the financial administrator, I should clarify. We're looking for someone who would actually, handle the debit card and work with the hotels to handle the financial piece. And it may be that it becomes a town responsibility. I imagine that our partnership with St. Vincent de Paul and the others would continue because we do not have the staff capacity or knowledge, quite honestly, of the individual needs of our unhoused here in Los Gatos. So we would need to rely on the faith community to continue that vetting process. And as mentioned in the staff report, we've identified 10 individuals. If this moves forward, our faith community plans to convene a meeting with the eligible individuals, explaining the rules, letting them know that they will need to provide identification, helping them obtain that identification if it's been lost. So this is going to be an ongoing partnership. So part of what the staff report did this evening was at least provide the basic parameters of how our funds would be used. We wanted to assure the council that we're not giving a voucher per se or cash to our unhoused, that there would be an intermediary for that financial transaction. And again, that intermediary could be us as the town. But all of the vetting and other work to support our unhoused and have success would be done in partnership with the faith community. And I haven't discussed this with the town attorney, but if you feel we need a contractual arrangement to specify those roles and responsibilities, we could go to that. I think hopefully the staff report demonstrates the type of partnership that we already have. So I don't know if we need that. Obviously whoever is the financial partner would need to be in agreement with the town, but in terms of a vetting process, I'm very comfortable continuing to work in this collaboration that we've established.
Okay, thank you. So I don't feel the need for a contract if there isn't dollars changing hands. And the program looks really good as is. I'm interested in moving it ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore, and then Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with everything that Councilmember Rennie just said. And I just want to express my deep gratitude because I think that, we as the council have the very privileged position of getting to kind of talk about these things and decide how some of the money will be spent. But then this goes over to our partners and our staff to do this incredibly hard work. And I am so impressed to get these, 3 very different partners in the hotels, the town, and the faith leaders to get on so much of the same page to a level of granularity I'm really impressed with, and I think the relationship that we're building here is really, really positive, and I'm just very impressed, like Councilmember Rennie said, with the terms of the agreement and kind of how I was really impressed with seeing there's a lot of specifics here that I'm very impressed with. So I think this is excellent. The one, I guess, the 2 pieces that I'll make mention of is I think once we figure out who the administrator is, I think we're this is in a position to move forward without having the council having to continue weighing in on this. And then I'll also say that I think the bathroom is really exciting, and it seems like there's still some things that need to get worked out with the vouchers, but the bathroom I think will be a big win for us, in the near term future. So I think that's all really positive, and just very grateful to everyone for doing all this hard work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I'm also very pleased to see that we made progress, particularly on the first two items, the showers and the bathroom. I think those will just happen, and I'm impressed with how quickly we've moved along on them. With regard to the voucher program, I feel that with the desk item coming in today, there's a substantial change in terms of the roles and responsibilities that we need to continue to work on. And I think that before that came in, and we assumed that the St. Vincent de Paul Society would be the administrator, then it was okay with the rules that have been listed here. Now, if there's the possibility of the town or some other third party maybe who doesn't have the same involvement, I think we need to model our arrangement more after the example that I provided last time from Milpitas, the Milpitas Emergency Motel Stays Program. And I don't see much of the language from that having been adopted into the rules, so I would highlight several items that I think would be necessary that they've taken on, that I think would be important that we have if the town is in fact doing the providing the direct financial support. So one thing that they state is that motel stays are intended to be short-term and provide 1 to 3 nights, depending on situation, until medical or environmental conditions improve, or a more suitable long-term situation can be arranged. I think that would be helpful to strengthen our rules. The other one is really important around the actual transaction of getting people into housing, into the motel. And so in the Milpitas, and I'd be interested in the town attorney's view about whether this is the type of thing that would be appropriate, that motel stays are only granted after the social services coordinator or a police officer has evaluated the situation, including but not limited to assessing whether the potential program participant meets the HUD guidelines for very low income level, is receiving public benefits, and it goes on from there. And then the other one, which I think is important, is after an assessment is made by the social service coordinator, and this could be whoever is actually administering the program, that they arrange directly with the motel to pay for the motel rooms, and that no vouchers or money are given to program participants. I don't actually see that language in there. And I think it's important that we put that into the thing, unless I've missed it. We talk about a voucher program, and then as a follow-up, that the coordinator also evaluates other available services that may benefit the unhoused individual, particularly in those circumstances. So, and then there's also some language about long-term solutions. So I don't see that particular language in our agreement, and I would say that it was probably okay for us not to do that if we were kind of handing the program over to the society to do the transaction. But if in fact we are more involved in the actual transaction, I think it's important that we have some of those more explicit administrative rules.
Thank you, Council Member. Again, we developed this based on our local knowledge. We do not have a social services coordinator here in the town of Los Gatos. And as I say, the vetting, all of the parameters and the rules are in place. The only piece that still needs more work is who's going to be the financial partner. We tried to make it clear, and we can state it in black and white, that there is no transfer of money to the unhoused. So all these rules would be in place. We would continue to work with our faith community, and I thought it was clear, but we can make it even more explicit that all of the vetting would still occur by our faith community. Once the individual has been identified for a particular hotel, we did talk about informing our police department so that way they would know which unhoused person is staying at which hotel. That would provide support. Obviously, our police officers know all of our 10 qualified unhoused people, and that just provides an extra layer of security and support for our unhoused. Because we know our local unhoused, we know they meet all of the guidelines specified in the Milpitas model, so that's I'm not concerned about it, but we can add it to our rules. And then in terms of referring folks to other services, that's what our faith community does all of the time, as well as our police officers when they are interacting with our unhoused. So that's an ongoing piece of work. And then, as you probably know, it's looking like we will be getting some funding from the county for our unhoused program. And so that will give us an opportunity for potential case management. So we're excited about that. And then longer term solutions, council has not yet directed longer term solutions. A lot of that's going to depend on completing our housing element and getting going on those implementation issues. So again, we are not the city of Milpitas. We don't have the same resources. But many of the same elements that has been identified by the city of Milpitas are embedded, just using different words. We would agree this is for short-term stay only during the duration of 1 to 3 nights. If we need to be that specific, we are happy to add that specificity in the rules so everybody knows the expectation. But this is really purely for the duration of the emergency, and I will continue to keep the council apprised. You know, we will work with a couple other entities that may be interested in being the person who handles the financial transaction with the hotel. Otherwise, it may be the town, and we will handle it appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie and then Vice Mayor, and then I'll comment.
So I agree as is. I think the thing to add here is that we're talking about 10 residents, right? We don't need a huge process to handle 10. Milpitas is a much bigger city with most likely a lot more that would be eligible. So having some specialists do an assessment and other benefits is way overdoing it for the 10 residents. In terms of the comment about the 1 to 3 nights, what we've put in here is extreme circumstances over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, below 40 degrees Fahrenheit, poor air quality. So those are events that have ends to them, so it would be obvious when the stay is no longer qualified. The only one that might need a little clarification is for medical needs. You said for short-term stay, right? Sometimes medical needs drag on when they're actually don't need to drag on. Oh, my back still hurts. I have to be here for another 4 months kind of thing, right? So you might want to put something around a limitation on the medical.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Moore, and then I'll comment.
So I agree with getting some parameters around the medical needs. And I am pleased with the program as far as the shower ministry, the temporary restroom placement, and the hotel voucher program. I'm pleased with it, but if we're here to give direction, I would rather that staff not take that on. I would prefer that we find an outside administrator, and in doing so, whatever organization that we might find, would it need to come back to council for our approval?
It would be, yeah, it's only $20,000, so it's within my authority to enter into that agreement.
Okay, thank you.
But I would certainly inform council of who that other entity would be.
Thank you, Ms. Pervetti.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just add, I think there's, again, because we're working with local expertise, I think there's kind of a lot of tacit understandings here. And like Councilmember Rennie alluded to, it's a very small population. So I think that for me, I trust staff, faith community, and hotels to hammer out these details. And again, for me, the fact that the hotels have agreed to this agreement, 3 out of 5 hotels in the town of Los Gatos have said this looks great to us. So I'm not super interested in messing with this too much. I think there's an understanding of short term. And so, yeah, I think that this is very strong as it stands.
Thank you. And then just to follow on, this looks like a really good program. We are just starting. We've allocated $20,000, so we're not setting up a program right now with parameters that are ongoing for years and years. We can adjust and learn from this program. Part of the reason that we put it on the agenda tonight was given that the council is on break for the month of July, and Councilmember Moore also raised the concern. We don't know what will happen in July. It could be 110 degrees. There could be wildfires. The AQI could go up. So given that the council had allocated this money and we've got willing partners to help us get the parameters in place, and we have a way to make this move forward, we didn't want to wait until August. Better to be ready now, and maybe it won't be needed in July, but it's in place. And so I think, I'm sure town staff would be happy if they could find someone that could financially oversee it, but I think whatever it takes to make this move forward to start with, and we can course correct as we go along. But I think the parameters for the temperature, the AQI, the qualification for the individuals that would qualify, the partnership with the hotels, the in-depth knowledge our faith communities have, and our police department and our staff, I think this is kind of a lock. So I'm actually going to make the motion to approve all 3 aspects of this program and leave it to staff to figure out how the financial part of the vouchers will be managed moving forward. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm looking for friendly amendment to ask staff to put a little more definition around the medical stay part.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. I'm sure our faith-based community members who have housed people in hotels and understand what are serious issues can help with that. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No?
Okay, so we've got approval 4-1 with Councilmember Hudes voting against. But I think supporting the program, but wanting more.
Yeah,
more definition.
absolutely. I think it's the right thing to do. It's not quite the right way to do it. And so from my perspective, I would rather see some of the administration and liability reviewed, which is why I voted no.
Okay.
I would also point out that the town manager does have the authority to just do it as well, so that's okay.
Okay, thank you. And certainly this will be up for review at a future date. Thank you so much. I will close this item and move to item number 21.
Good evening. This is Gabrielle Whelan, Town Attorney, and the next item is introduction of an ordinance to address concealed carry firearm licensing and to prohibit the carry of concealed firearms in sensitive places. And I wanted to start by saying that this has been a close collaboration with the town's police department. And I'll also start with some background. The state penal code authorizes local police chiefs to issue concealed carry licenses for concealed firearms. And the town has an existing ordinance that sets forth the town's procedure. In 2022, the Supreme Court decided the case of Bruin versus State of New York. And that did two things. It stated that it was unlawful to include a good cause requirement for obtaining a concealed carry license. And it also said that it was acceptable for municipalities to prohibit concealed carry firearms in sensitive places. And so tonight we are bringing to you for introduction a proposed ordinance that would update the town's concealed carry firearm licensing provisions to come into accordance with the Bruin decision. And so we've removed the good cause requirement for obtaining a concealed carry license. And then we've also listed sensitive places in which concealed carry weapons cannot be carried. Staff is proposing taking a conservative approach, and in the list of sensitive places, listing places that have already been upheld by courts somewhere in the country. And so the places that are proposed to constitute sensitive places are currently places of worship, polling places, government buildings, schools, and public transit. And so I'm available to answer any questions if the council has them.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, in the wake of Bruin, there was a lot of kind of talk about what is in place of the good cause. What does that change to? And so are we replacing, I didn't see any language replacing that, because my understanding is we have this shall issue now. Is that your understanding of where we are now, or what is the?
As proposed, the ordinance references the town's administrative procedures for the processing of concealed carry weapons applications. And so we've removed any consideration of good cause, but the town's procedures do include a requirement for training with a firearm, and it also includes a mental evaluation of an applicant.
And is that done by our police chief?
The town will have a contract with a company that can provide that service, and I believe it's the same company that other jurisdictions in Santa Clara County will be using.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I had a different question.
Okay, continue.
And so as of now, how many CCW applications has the town gotten?
I'll defer to the police chief, but I believe at last count it was 11.
Jamie Field, Chief of Police, and thank you for the question. So as of this time, since we don't have the full process in place, I wouldn't say that we have a specific number of applications. We have received quite a bit of interest in the process and how to pursue the application process once it is in place. But until we have that ordinance approved and then the internal administrative process, we're not able to proceed with those applications formally.
Okay, great. And one more follow-on for the chief, if that's all right. And so in terms of process, their applicants are also allowed to go through the sheriff. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you have any sense of how many folks are deciding to take that route in Los Gatos as opposed to going through the town?
No, unfortunately, the way the system is designed, it doesn't communicate between the two entities.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
So I'm trying to understand from the staff report the period for which this ordinance is necessary. And so am I reading it correctly that it's likely that this ordinance would only be necessary for 4 months, October 23 when it's enacted until January 2024 when SB 2 is likely to go into effect?
Yes, it's possible that state legislation will preempt local ordinances of this nature, but we don't know for sure whether the legislation will be enacted at the statewide level or not.
So if I may, I was asking about likelihood, and it seems like a lot of work and effort for putting in place an ordinance for 4 months. Did we know that when council authorized work on this program?
I think at the time we knew that a legislator would be proposing the legislation, but we didn't know how likely it was to pass. And I will say that it will be helpful to the town to have a procedure in place for those intervening 4 months because the town has received interest in these licenses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, certainly when I voted to prioritize this, the understanding was it would at least get us through the year and there would possibly be state law in effect in January, but we don't really know that that'll happen and we wanted something in place. And given that we have interest and we would need to process applications, I think it's important that we get something done. So I appreciate that. I do have a question that was brought to me by somebody else. Are hospitals included in here, or did we leave that off the list?
Hospitals are not currently included because staff is recommending a conservative approach. The city of Glendale down south enacted an ordinance that was more expansive, and it went beyond the list of places that have been upheld in other court decisions. And they're currently in appellate litigation. And so, you know, what's proposed is admittedly conservative, but all of these places have been upheld by courts.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I think, to my mind, it's important to get something in place and not to be spending the next 6 months in litigation, but instead move forward with something that we feel can happen. So I appreciate that approach. Thank you. I will move to public comment if we don't have any other questions right now. So I'll look to people on Zoom, but right now I have a few cards in the room. So I'll call Jared Ajlani. I apologize if I'm not reading your writing properly.
Jared Ajlani. I wasn't going to talk, but I saw some of the emails that were part of the staff report, or I guess record. I was recently approved for CCW in Santa Clara County through the county. The process is pretty thorough. There's an interview with the sheriff's office. You have a DOJ FBI background check, a psych test and evaluation, 16 hours of training, a shooting proficiency test, and the total costs were over $1,000. So it might be, I assume the town is going to follow that sort of procedure. So it's not like everyone's getting a CCW. It's a lot of work to go through the process. I believe there's already an ordinance in the county where you cannot bring firearms into city, town, or county buildings. So this ordinance might be a duplication of that. I tried looking it up when I was waiting, but I'm pretty sure I read that a couple weeks ago. Last thing, unfortunately, idealism and reality are two different things. Law-abiding citizens follow laws, criminals do not.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Heidi Owens.
Hello. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, esteemed council, thank you for an opportunity to provide a very brief public comment in favor of item 21. I'm Heidi Owens, a resident of the town and a mother of 2 girls who have attended Los Gatos schools their entire life. I'm also a member of Moms Demand Action, which advocates for common sense gun laws. You know, when one of the school shootings happened, and I'm really sad to say I don't remember which one it was because there have been so many school shootings. I remember standing outside of kindergarten talking with the other moms about the merits of bulletproof backpacks. And it's just sad that that's the way it is in our country right now. So with the lack of action at the federal level and slow progress at the state level, it makes local action even more influential. So don't underestimate your ability to lead on this or any other issue. I think approving this ordinance will have more influence than you realize on state legislators. So don't just follow lead. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. My next speaker is Ann Tomlin. Oh, and I apologize. It says on her card she has to leave at 9 o'clock. So, Ann, if you're at home, you can raise your hand. Next, Erica Mittelhauser.
Mayor Risto and Vice Mayor, is it Badam, and town council members, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. And for also considering an ordinance on prohibiting CCW holders from concealed carry in sensitive spaces. I would like us as a community to do what we can to protect the public and our citizens. In addition, I'm hopeful that this topic will lead to further discussion, in particular on the possibility of a safe storage ordinance like our neighboring towns and cities have, including Montecito. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for our speaker. Our next speaker is Marie Rector.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Marie Rector. I've been a proud resident of Los Gatos for 40 years, and I have been a 20-year employee at Los Gatos High School. It's with great pride that I am watching you consider this ordinance, because taking the lead in something like this in our town is just one more example of how we lead, how we step forward and do the right thing for our students and for our population. And I'm very proud of the town, and I encourage you to move forward with this ordinance.
Thank you. I have some hands on Zoom. I'll do my final card for the room is Bernadette.
All right, thank you to the staff and town council members here. I am Bernadette, a Los Gatos resident since 1984. Just saying that makes me feel old. And a new recent volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I was unaware that there'd been an increase in interest in concealed carry permits recently, but I am in full, and you can't see, but it's all in caps, full support of this ordinance. As a resident of this town that I love, I want to know that myself, family, friends, colleagues, especially our children, can move freely in public places without having fear or concern for unanticipated use of weapons. I place my trust in our police and other security people who are armed to know best when and how weapons are necessary to be used in public places. And thank you for our uniformed officers who are here tonight, and to our council members for considering this. I really feel like having gun safety as a priority is just part of keeping our communities safe for all of us to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, I have one more card in the room. Fred Faltersack.
Thank you, council members, and I am
wasn't planning to speak here either, but I just wanted to briefly say that I feel I am also here representing moms and dads who demand action for common gun sense in America. In these people that I feel I represent, and in my opinion, I think the ability for law-abiding citizens to conceal carry and to be present at wherever it may be determined legal, whether it be churches, schools, in public places, is common sense and will save lives. So I support the amendments that are going to be made to this existing ordinance with the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will now turn to our Zoom participants, and Kim B. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak now.
Okay, I did. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good evening. My name's Kim. I've been a resident of Los Gatos and moved here over 40 years ago, also feeling old. And my daughter, who's the youngest of 4 kids, also just graduated from Los Gatos High School a couple weeks ago. I'm grateful for the town council and giving importance to the issues of gun safety. I definitely support this concealed carry ordinance, and I'm hoping we as a town are keeping up with the measures that will keep our citizens and children safe. I believe a way to do that is to prohibit the carry of firearms in sensitive places. If there was a gun incident at one of our local schools or the library or polling places, which may happen before the end of the year, we'd likely be looking hindsight and wishing this was already in place. So as a town, I hope we can stay ahead of potential incidents and minimize risk in our community by passing this ordinance. So thank you for hearing my opinion.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions, so thank you. And I will move to my next Zoom participant, Carrie Walton. Carrie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I want to thank the town council for this opportunity to speak briefly and also for taking action on the issue of gun safety. I fully support your efforts to protect sensitive places from concealed carry of firearms. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm sorry. I am a Los Gatos resident. And I've lived here for 23 years. I have 2 children that have gone through the school system. My youngest is at Los Gatos High School. And so I was very concerned and alarmed to hear that there is a sudden interest in carrying concealed firearms. And I wanted you to know how much I appreciate your efforts on this issue and protecting all sensitive places in the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is my last speaker on Zoom, and I have one more in the room, Maria Gerst.
Hi, my name is Maria Gerst, and I want to thank you for taking my comment at the very last minute. I'm here for something else, but I feel it's very important to let you know that a lot of us support this particular issue. I personally know someone who has been the victim of a gun violence, a public one, and the devastation that can cause is incredible. So I thank you for anything that you can do that would help to ensure that that we keep guns safe and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am not seeing anyone else in the room, and no one else is on Zoom, so I'm going to close the public comment and turn to my fellow council members for comments, questions, or a motion. Council Member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have one more question for our attorney and then some comments. So do you know, right in its current draft form, how different SB2 would be from what we're talking about today? Is it more, does it reach further?
I can't recall. I think it's similar, but I can't recall if there are any differences in terms of the sensitive places identified in the state legislation.
No worries at all. Yeah, I don't have state legislation memorized myself. Just wanted to say that I'm very, very supportive of this and appreciate folks coming out to speak about this. I think this is a really important issue, and I think, when it comes to gun safety, I think there are so many really common sense things that we can do to improve gun safety in our community, and I think this is one of them. I think all responsible gun owners really value safety. Guns are a tool, but they're a tool that can be very dangerous if wielded in unsafe ways. And so I think the fact that there are these processes in place to ensure that anyone that's obtaining a CCW is someone that should have that big responsibility. And I'm really grateful to our attorney and our police department for working hard to make sure that Los Gatos is a community where we do have common sense gun safety.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is one of our speakers brought up the process in Santa Clara County, and I don't know if our town attorney can weigh in on how we would compare in terms of cost or training. I mean, does it sound like we are going to be more restrictive, less restrictive, about the same?
The process sounded very similar. I can't recall what the charge will be in the town. The speaker referenced a $1,000 charge in the county. If I remember correctly, the town's charge will be less than that.
Okay, but
it will be intended to recover the town's cost, which is what the town is authorized to collect.
Right, cost recovery. Okay, perfect. And actually, I can't remember my other question, but I just want to comment that I feel like this strikes a balance in terms of preserving people's rights, but also preserving safety in our community. And, given where we are legally in terms of granting people concealed carry, we want to make sure that we are doing the best vetting we can and allow people in sensitive places to feel like they understand whether there will be guns there or not. So I think it's really important that we have something in place for the next several months, and then we'll see where state law goes and how to move forward from there. Vice Mayor.
If we're introducing the ordinance, do you need a motion to approve? Or?
A motion to introduce the ordinance, and then if it is introduced tonight, it would return for adoption at the council's August 1st meeting, and then it would take effect 30 days after that August 1st date.
Okay, I'd be happy to make that motion. All right, so I move to introduce an ordinance titled An Ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos, amending Town Code Chapter 18, Article 7, Weapons of the Town Code, to update the concealed carry firearms licensing ordinance and provisions and prohibit the carry of concealed firearms in sensitive places.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any hands raised for comments, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Let's see. It's only been an hour since our last break, so we're going to forge ahead on this next item, which may or may not take a while. And thank you to everyone staying here. We've got 2 items to go. So I will turn to our senior planner, Sean Mullen, for the report on this economic vitality item.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you this evening is an ordinance of the Town Council amending Chapter 29 of the Town Code regarding land use and economic recovery. The council has continually identified strategic priorities related to supporting the business community. Next slide, please. In response to the pandemic emergency, the Town Council adopted an economic recovery resolution to provide businesses flexibility to modify their business offerings. The council recently adopted a priority related to economic vitality and pandemic recovery. And as a first step, staff brought forward draft economic recovery code amendments to the Planning Commission to formalize components of the economic recovery resolution and to continue the streamlining work that began prior to the pandemic. Subject of the amendments include, next slide please, personal service businesses, tap and tasting rooms, next slide, specialty food retail, and there's an extensive discussion here that we can return to if needed. Next slide. And next slide, please. banks and financial services, next slide, and formula retail, group classes, and veterinarians. On April 26th, the Planning Commission considered the amendments and recommended approval to the Town Council with 2 suggested edits: to exclude coffee houses from specialty food retail and to require that banks provide for cash transactions. These suggested edits are reflected in the draft ordinance included with your staff report. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff recommends the council review each subject, make the required findings, and introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Town Code. Along with planning staff, Monica Wren, the town's economic vitality manager, is here tonight to help answer any questions and support your discussion. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. And before I go to questions, I just want to point out, I think because this has so many components to it, what I would like to do when we get into the discussion is take motions on each individual part of it so that we can get something done. I also want to remind council members that everything and anything we approve tonight can be altered in the future. You know, we can always update our ordinances and, you know, make changes. So none of this is in stone. There's always options to change, as we've changed in the past with economic conditions. Did you ever, Council Member Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. With that in mind, would you mind talking a little bit to the coffee issue and the kind of specialty? Yeah, I've gotten emails both ways and listened to the Planning Commission meeting, and I know this was a discussion. So my understanding is this isn't something we have to figure out tonight necessarily, but just wanted to get a little bit more background on that.
I would be happy to have Monica Wren speak to that.
Good evening, Monica Wren. Is this on? Economic Vitality Manager. Thank you for the question. It has been a little bit of a confusing discussion with lots of different opinions. I think a couple of things is before the council tonight to consider. The first is uses. So specialty retail currently is a policy that allows food that is prepared in a grab-and-go style to be offered without a conditional use permit. So kind of like a market style or a bakery. Our policy is very particular in that once it's ice cream, it's a smoothie, it's a bagel with condiments, that it becomes a restaurant. So we use the made-to-order kind of definition as a tipping point currently when we help businesses move through. So our traffic impact policy looks at impulse businesses where people walk by and maybe pop in when they didn't necessarily have it as a destination. So they call out ice cream, bagels, things like that as an impulse business that's not necessarily a restaurant. So it kind of creates a little bit of a confusion when folks come through our process. So as we were looking at streamlining opportunities, what the staff had thought is, you know, if we're going to streamline, perhaps what we do is expand that specialty retail definition so that it includes what we're looking at as impulse businesses, things that you can pop into that aren't necessarily restaurants. So through that conversation in the Planning Commission, there was a concern raised around coffee in particular. And I'm not sure, just to be very frank, I'm not sure if it had to do with a competition piece or if it had to do with more of a lot of coffee houses truly function more as restaurants these days. So I think it's kind of twofold. And that's where the discussion started to unfold. And then through the stakeholder meetings, it was a very live topic of discussion when we met with businesses at the chamber. And we heard from folks, you know, this sounds like you're teasing out one thing as a competition. And then we heard from other folks, no, these coffee shops really are functioning like restaurants and should continue to require a conditional use permit. So really the question I think that is before you tonight to consider is how much do you want to expand the specialty retail definition? Do you want to at all? Does it make sense that an ice cream shop gets a conditional use permit for a restaurant, or does it make sense that it's more of a by right use? We have already done so much streamlining that all of our restaurants are now at the DRC level, so it's less expensive, it's quicker than it used to be. So if you do have the feeling that you want to keep it at that level, it would still be considered at DRC. However, specialty retail is by right. So they would come to the counter, the businesses can get a certificate of use and occupancy and business license, and they can open. Does that help?
Absolutely, it's very, very helpful. And then, and again, don't want to like jump too far into that rabbit hole. I applaud you and the whole team for, we talk a lot about streamlining and wanting to make things more efficient. This is like a huge efficiency, huge streamlining project. And I, have heard from our business community that this is excellent. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
Probably a good time to ask this question. So I have some hesitation on the elimination of the formula retail 6,000 square feet. So the question really is, we want to be able to make a decision on whether we allow a big box to come into town. By the elimination of this at the CUP level, we're certainly not able to make that decision. Any big box that comes to town is going to have to do a major remodel, probably a bulldoze and rebuild. The first question that comes to my mind is, do you want Walmart where the lodge is? Do you want Walmart where the Alberta Way office building was going to be, for example? Those are close to the highway. I could see Walmart wanting to build something there. But I'm thinking it's not so bad because we would have to approve the construction project. So we could say, no, we don't want this construction project because we don't want a 50,000 square foot warehouse type building there. What if, and maybe this is a question for the town attorney, what if they threw 50 housing units on top of this warehouse? Can we still say no?
So I think you're referencing Senate Bill 330 that talks about the streamlining for mixed use projects. And so the project would have to be 2/3 residential in order to take advantage of that streamlining.
2/3 by square footage?
Yes, by square footage. Yes.
Let me think about that.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
So I have some of the same concerns about formula retail, and I think before getting into that, I wanted to understand what's the position of small independent retailers on that topic. We heard from the chamber. Have we heard from a fair number of current independent business owners? They're most affected by the parking disruption, and we're still not seeing any relief for them on the implementing the Dixon parking activities that should be helping them. And so I'm concerned about us getting ahead of ourselves, and I've talked to a number, but I think the town is in a position to talk to even more, and so I would be interested in, what's the position of our small independent retailers on the CUP change?
Thank you for that question. So if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like it's mostly the concern would be for downtown then, as you referenced the Dixon study. So is that correct?
Yes, and I think that, let me ask you a question. Where does that change apply? Is it only downtown, or is it in other zones as well?
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question. Let me take one step back before I do. So in 2018, we had a formula retail policy that was for all retailers who had 7 or more locations had to get a CUP. So in 2018, we did a pilot policy and we removed that regulation for downtown. However, outside of downtown was only for buildings over 6,000 square feet. So we kept that with the pilot. We didn't, we saw success with that policy. And so in February of 2020, the town council moved forward with an ordinance change where we got rid of the requirement of formula retail for under 6,000 square feet downtown to have a CUP. So since that time, we haven't heard any negative impacts from our independent businesses. We reached out to almost 200 people directly, businesses, when we did our stakeholder meeting. We didn't get a huge outpouring. We probably got about 20 to 24 that came to the 2 meetings. I would say half of those were retail. I didn't hear any negative input from them. The only thing I heard about formula really went back to the coffee discussion and restaurants. So actually at this point, I think we only have 1, maybe 2 buildings downtown that are more than 6,000 square feet, and it's just by a hair. So the effect is really, I think, going to be seen more by those outside of downtown, allowing those businesses to come in. In some cases, places like Walmart or other large companies will sell alcohol, and so by right, those will need to get a conditional use permit, or they may sell other products that are regulated. So what we're really looking at is for those places where we can just move somebody in and be more flexible, then we're more likely to see that synergy and that evolution continue to happen. Does that answer your question, or are there more there?
Well, I was really trying to drill down on the position of our small independent retailers on these changes. It was a big deal when the town implemented formula retail CUPs, I think in 2004. And we heard from many of them, and then when it looked like those might change again in the 2015 to 2018 range, we heard from a lot of them. Again, with a concern that formula retail can crowd out some of the small independent businesses. And so, have we heard from them directly?
For those that I have reached out to, I don't get responses from all of them, but I have not heard any negative responses through all of my outreach. In addition to that, as we made the changes back in 2018, what we heard from many businesses, many independent businesses, was the synergy of the large big box or even the large names are the ones that often bring folks to an area, and then they discover our business. So I can recall a couple off the top of my head that said, I was scared about X company, and then I realized that actually drew folks in. They came here, and then they discovered the small shop next door. So I can say in full faith that I don't have any examples of folks who are against removing the formula.
Do you have folks who are in favor?
I have heard from, when we went through it at the stakeholders, everyone was in support of it. All of the businesses, shook their heads, they nodded, they said, we think this is great. I didn't write down, examples, but we did hear positive feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments before I go to public testimony? Or public comment? Okay, I don't have any cards. I do have a hand raised on Zoom. I have no cards for item 22, okay. On Zoom, I've got Randy Chen. So Randy, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council. You're stuck with me today because Catherine is out of town. But Randy Chen from the Chamber of Commerce. I just want to reinforce what Monica has been saying. We had 2 meetings with business stakeholders, both independent retailers and property owners. And everyone pretty much agreed with most of the recommendations made. We did, as Monica mentioned, the biggest concern was the specialty resale section and why coffee shops were carved out. And that was also confusing because of the name, but Monica, it has been revised to specialty food retail, which makes it much clearer. So most people agreed that our coffee shops are more like a restaurant since they offer food and it's being prepared. And so therefore there wasn't really a grab and go kind of thing. And, and coffee is custom ordered. People have all kinds of crazy coffee orders. So really the only true grab and go that we have in town is Grocery and Gatos that I could think of, where it's a prepackaged and you just grab it and go. So you could put ice cream and yogurt into either category. It is prepared individually. That does make it custom. There is a person behind the counter making your order. So whether we leave it, there are people on both sides. So we do leave it up to you to decide whether you want to truly make it grab and go specialty retailers that don't require a CUP and everyone else does, or whether you want to expand the category to include ice cream and yogurt and things like that. But I mean, when you go to the roasting company or Great Bear or anywhere else for that matter, and they make you a sandwich, pretty much. So it is a restaurant in the eyes of the Department of Environmental Health and most people. So there was just a little bit of debate about that. Just to reiterate what Monica said, the formula retail was not a big concern. Certainly Lululemon, Apple, Sephora all bring people to town that otherwise wouldn't come, and they see all our other shops, and it's a benefit. So that has not been an issue at all, and so we have not had any small businesses come and tell us that it's been an awful thing. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, if you're still on there, Ms. Chen. So the discussion of CUP, like for restaurant or ice cream shop or whatever, I mean, when there were mixed feelings, is this around what kind of administration would we be giving toward allowing more ice cream shops? Is it to reduce competition or to not have them overrun? I mean, in the past when we had CUPs for formula retail, it was essentially to control what kind of businesses were in town. So I don't know if you can speak to why there would or wouldn't be support for some of these smaller coffee shop, tea shop, ice cream shop having CUP or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with support. And as you know, we can't control what type of business goes in. If Starbucks follows all the rules and they want a CUP, we can, we'd have to give it to them, I would think. I mean, I don't know all the rules, but we can't dictate what type, and Monica will tell you this, you can't dictate what type of business goes in. You can't say, oh, we have enough nail salons, you can't come in, or we have enough boba places, you can't come in, because we all are coffee shops, because we have all of them, and so it shouldn't be for competition, and we can't require a CUP just because we want to reject Starbucks. That's silly. If you're requiring a CUP for restaurants and a coffee shop is operating similarly to a restaurant, it seems unfair that they don't need a CUP and Montebello Market does need a CUP.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like you're talking more about consistency.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for our speaker. Thank you very much. I have no cards in the room and I have no other hands up, so I'm going to close the public comment and move to my fellow council members for questions, discussion, motions. I don't know if we want to put that chart back up, our listing, so we can work through each category. That will help me, and since I have to call on people and make decisions, I need all the help I can get, so thank you. And I guess, I'll start off with, conditional use permits are cost recovery. So basically the fee that somebody has to pay to obtain a conditional use permit is because it costs the town money to process that CUP. So there's not an advantage to the town unless we're looking at control. There are reasons why we definitely need CUPs, for alcohol and other things. But I think in terms of if we're going to talk about restaurants or what's a restaurant, it comes down to a tipping point of why do we want a CUP and what do we think we would accomplish by having it if the goal. It seems like these these policies that were put in place were for streamlining, were for putting less burden on new businesses opening and potentially having fewer empty spaces for shorter amounts of time. So that's kind of my little editorial comment. I don't know where I fall on that, but I was trying to process the whole CUP thing. Okay, I guess we can start at the top. I mean, do we want to start with personal service businesses? Unless somebody has large overarching comments they want to make, I would like to break this down. Councilmember Hudice.
So I had a question about personal service businesses. What has our experience been during the pandemic with our change? Did we get a lot of new personal service businesses in? And is there any sense from the existing personal service business owners, some of whom I know are struggling, about changing the CUP requirement that they had to go through?
Thank you for that question. I believe, and Monica can expand on this, during the pandemic when the regulations were relaxed, specifically in the O and the C2 zones, we found, I think we got 3 personal service businesses in the office zone and approximately 9 in the C2 zone. Most of them were, again, Monica can correct me, but most of them were folks looking to expand an existing business where folks didn't want to be in smaller spaces. So they wanted more, let's take a nail salon, for instance. They didn't want as many chairs in one space, so someone may leave that and open up another location in the town.
Thank you. Yeah, that's correct, Sean. So of those 9 in downtown, actually 1 was a personal service for card reading. So it wasn't like a hair or a nails. And then of the 8 remaining there, I think it's 4 were already downtown. So 1 moved from a spot that didn't need a CUP, and then they moved into a new spot and had to do an economic recovery agreement. And a couple of others, like Sean said, had expanded. So what we have found is that salons and service businesses that maybe used to have 10 stations in it, it creates a discomfort for customers and some of the employees now. And so they're really shrinking down the number of people that they want in one space at a time so that they can serve the population. And that's what we saw happen with a couple of the different places. They really just 2 or 3 chairs left and went to a new location. I also, out of those 12 total, I think it's 5 are actually estheticians who are in these teeny tiny spaces that otherwise a retailer wouldn't necessarily go into them. There may be like 300 or 400 square feet, 600 square feet, something very small. We see that in the office zone a lot, or like kind of little spaces that are tucked in different buildings where they still meet the requirements for needing a retailer, but the personal service there creates an opportunity for both that business and the property owner.
If I may follow up, did we have any feedback from owners of existing personal service businesses about whether they would like to see a change in the CUP?
I do not have specific feedback. We have reached out to, just like the retailers, we included the salons, both those with economic recovery agreements and those with conditional use permits. The reality is a lot of our salons are actually legal non-conforming. We really only have a handful that were approved during the time when a conditional use permit was required. Unfortunately, there was a very kind of bad rumor out there in the world that you couldn't have a salon in Los Gatos, so many folks didn't try. And actually, with this new kind of conversation that's going on and our ability to say, hey, we're open for business, we've been able to reverse that conversation and show how business friendly we are.
Thank you. And I had heard that comment as well from someone who operates a very successful business in Campbell.
Okay, anything else? All right, so what are we thinking about personal service business? Vice Mayor.
So what am I thinking about them? I'm actually amenable to allowing them as a permitted use in the C2 and office zones. These personal service businesses are struggling. I've seen one next door to my office that's my office is about 350 square feet, and right next door is another office about 350 square feet that I've seen 3 owners come and go. Well, the third one is now staying with personal services. And I admire their tenacity in maintaining a business and being a small business owner. They've been delightful to be next door to me as an office. I would like to help them out, and I would think that any business owner would be selective in choosing a location that might be conducive to their business.
Thank you. So this is allowing personal service business on the ground floor in the C2 zone and then allowing them in the office?
Yes.
Okay, the recommendation. Councilmember Hughes.
Do you want motions on each of these? Or?
Yes. So I'm taking that was a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, I'll second it. And I would just add the comment that, generally I think the CUPs are a burden to economic vitality and to the free market system. And I think that they were overused in the past, and I think it constrained our town's economic vitality. And so I think that in some cases it's important. Where they come into play, though, where we may want to look at this again, is if there's a trend of a very large percentage of our retail space turning into personal service. That's not necessarily synergistic with other types of businesses. And I have a specific concern about the group class. We'll get to that in a minute. But that's where I think we should go generally, is to allow this, but to kind of reserve the right to take another look, because there are, with a prevalence of certain of these categories, there's a general degradation of the value of the environment, the retail environment, the vibrancy, if it becomes just overrun with one type of business. So with that, I'm supporting.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I want to avoid monoculture as well. And I know in the past, the town had a moratorium for a period of time on personal service businesses when it felt like it was tipping too much one way. So I think we always have that option to pull out some tools. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add the comment that with the personal services, yeah, we wouldn't want an oversaturation, and I don't think that would happen. But they do bring shoppers and diners that add to our economic vitality.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, no one opposed, so that passes unanimously. B, bars, markets, and other miscellaneous commercial business. Oh, okay, I'm looking down my thing. We'll do tasting and tap rooms. All right.
Thank you. Those all fall under that same category. The list in front of you should be following the staff report.
Okay, great. All right, so we're on bars, markets, and other miscellaneous commercial businesses, B in our report. And yes, under that is tap and tasting rooms, specialty retail. Yes, Councilmember Moore.
I'll just comment that I think that the new tasting and tap room specifically that we've added to the downtown in the last few years have added a huge amount of vibrancy to the downtown. And I think that there's a lot of folks come from out of town to visit those businesses. So I think it's great to be allowing these to be streamlined a little.
Okay, Councilmember Hughes.
Question for staff, where are bars addressed? Because they don't seem to be in this presentation.
So the bars are an existing use in the town code that is defined. They are only allowed in the C2 zone. They require a CUP and would require town council approval. And then the tap tasting room is sort of a middle ground in between restaurants and bars. The staff and the planning commission are recommending some changes to the bar definition to align with the tap tasting room definition and the rescission of the alcohol policy some years ago. But the regulation of a bar would not change.
Okay, thank you.
So to clarify, in here, I mean, the changes I saw with the bar was kind of with the description talking about food or not, but we're not really looking at any changes in policy for how we allow bars, where they would be allowed, what it would take to allow them.
That's correct.
But we do have to make a decision about tap rooms, tasting rooms, because that was absent before
That's correct.
in our previous code before we did the streamlining. Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Yes, Mr. Mullen, just following up on a comment that you made, I just wanted to make sure I understood. You said that there was a change to the alcohol policy. Is that only with regard to tap tasting rooms, or are there changes to the alcohol policy with regard to restaurants or bars?
The town's alcohol policy was rescinded in 2020, so it no longer exists, but the definition of a bar had some legacy language left over that included things, trying to track it down if you bear with me. There it is. Had things in it that said, bar means a drinking place where alcoholic beverages and snacks are served, possibly with entertainment such as music, television screens, video games, or pool tables. With the rescission of the alcohol policy, the snacks are no longer relevant. The entertainment is subject to the town's entertainment policy, and the staff is recommending incorporating operating hours that align with a typical bar, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., and that food service is not required.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any thoughts on Councilmember Moore?
I'll make a motion to adopt the recommended changes to bars, markets, and other miscellaneous commercial businesses.
Okay, so do we have a second on that? That includes the specialty food retail. Well, we're sort of there. It's in one topic it's under item B, but item B contains tap and tasting rooms and specialty retail and specialty food retail. So
Sure.
should we just take the motion on the tap, tasting room, and bar?
Sure, I'll move to approve the recommended changes to tasting and tap rooms.
Okay, I'll second that. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes 5-0. Now I think because of the whole sticky wicket with coffee shops and everything, we'll go to specialty retail and specialty food retail. And do we have comments here? Vice Mayor.
With Ms. Wren's comments on the coffee houses and what the Planning Commission went through, I'm comfortable with the way that it reads. And I would welcome making a motion, but looking to my fellow commissioner or council members for their comments.
Councilmember Moore.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so this is the recommendation from the Planning Commission, and so coffee houses would remain restaurants, but the other uses would not, correct?
Correct.
Okay, got that clarified. Any other comments? I think, I'm kind of back and forth, but I think I'll go with this, and then if it turns out that we need to change a policy later, we can look at that. So I would lean this way. Councilmember Rennie, you're looking like you're ready to vote or say so. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed, so that passes 5-0. Now we're on to banks and financial and investment services. And we had the addition of cash.
That's correct. The
Okay.
Planning Commission wanted to make a clear distinction between financial services and a bank, and that cash transactions needed to be required.
Okay, and I think 4 of us discussed the difference between banks and other things in an early council meeting a long time ago. Councilmember Hudes.
So I had some questions about office activities and wanted to understand. So, do office activities include the opportunity for venture capital offices? Because I think they are different from investment services, which are offered to the public. Venture capital is typically business to business, and it doesn't have any walk-in associated with it, and it's something we need very much in Los Gatos. The other uses of office activities that I would want to make sure about is the ability to do technology incubator facilities.
Incubators and dry lab biotech. A wet lab in your description would most likely be called a research and development. I think it would fit in there, which is not a defined term in the code, but R&D is a use that's allowed in the CM zone. Specific to the definition as it's drafted, if any of these items need to be added in to clarify, such as venture capital or technology incubator, a motion could certainly introduce that.
Okay, I would definitely be interested in that because I think that's something we're lacking more than anything else is more presence of our tech environment here in Los Gatos. So I would be prepared to make a motion on that, but definitely there were other thoughts I think people had on banks and financial as well.
Do we have any other thoughts, or are we ready for a motion? We're ready for a motion. Oh, Councilmember Rennie.
I'm trying to think through this. What the thing with the banks is they're taking up a lot of real estate in town, and it's kind of an old model that's not functioning the same way. A lot of them have parking lots with a guard keeping people from parking in an empty lot most of the time, right? And parking is something that, we've always talked about in town. This is probably not the right place to address it, but I'm thinking about, is this something we bring back later about reducing parking requirements for banks or something so that their footprint is smaller and it's not a big space that's not very used?
Thank you. I think the issue of banks is multi-pronged, and this is sort of step one. And this is coming out of that discussion that we had about a year ago now, year and a half, where we didn't have a definition of a bank, and a business came into the C2 and wanted a determination to be called a bank and wanted a CUP to operate a bank on the ground floor. And we didn't have anything to lean on but to look at that individual business model and their description of their activities. And so this first step is to just clarify and add a definition of what a bank is and what a financial services business is. So we're introducing these two definitions. The regulations are not changing at this point. With regards to banks and their larger footprint, which is kind of traditional and becoming more antiquated, that's a conversation for another time, and as is the parking. I think that's something that could come back with more study in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions. Okay, Councilmember Moore, then Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, just a quick comment on Councilmember Rennie's comments. I think that's when I read this and read the staff report, that's one thing that I thought was really important in this, is that banks are, I think about a lot of the banks in town taking up a huge amount of space and not, I think, underutilizing that space. And so I think a future discussion of that I would also be interested in.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Yes, I agree. I think that we could get more vibrancy and economic vitality by taking a look at how the bank spaces are being used. And so I don't think we're addressing that tonight, but I'm interested in that. But I'm ready to make a motion on this. So I move to approve the recommendations for banks and financial and investment services. And I would add some language for office activities to include venture capital offices, technology incubator facilities, and biotechnology incubator facilities, including dry lab facilities.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Vice Mayor?
Second.
All right. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. So now we will move to the formula retail greater than 6,000 square feet. And so this, to me, has very little relevance to the downtown because there's not many places like that. Although I think there is a new space that is comprised of a couple of other demise spaces, our house, which is greater than 6,000 square feet. I don't know. Economic Vitality Manager Wren, can you talk to me about where else that might be and what the impacts would be, whether we had a CUP or not?
Sure. So the first kind of thought is that we do have one building right now. It's the former Williams-Sonoma building that has been for lease. It's slightly over 6,000 square feet. And what we found is the reality is it's not running any small business out of town because, quite frankly, it's just too much real estate for lots of small retail businesses. And so on the flip side of that, I don't know that a CUP would really deter a big box, but it does create one more step in the process, because we know that even a building permit cannot even be filed until that CUP has been approved. So folks are oftentimes 6 months in, they're $10,000 in the permit, and then whatever they've been paying for rent for that time before they can even submit plans. So really, it creates a hurdle that feels strenuous and unwelcoming. The demise space that our house is going into was actually formerly Banana Republic, which was also formula retail. So they were able to move in as the legal non-conforming because 6 months had not passed yet. So that one didn't have to get a CUP. Whereas the Williams-Sonoma, even though we have the economic recovery agreement that extended permit times because it was permitted as a restaurant, it changed uses. And so if we had, which we have had a couple retailers come in and they kind of shrugged their shoulders, but it's not just an open door for them to move into that space. There are hurdles that aren't always appealing when there's other large places available.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Actually, didn't our house move into both Bananas and Sur La Table? Okay. But they all, it was still under that. They were all formula retail.
Correct.
Okay. Those were just things I wanted to think through because I'm not seeing a lot of other spaces downtown. So I'm not horribly opposed to this. I don't know. Any other thoughts by anybody? Councilmember Hudes.
So I am conflicted on this one because I do think that the previous restrictions on formula retail had some positive effect, and I'm a little concerned that we didn't hear from enough independent retailers about changing it. So I'm a little reluctant about it. I also, remember that a CUP runs with the land, and some of the CUPs are pretty specific, and so it gives the ability of the town to evaluate the particular use that's being proposed. A Walmart might come in, and then something else might follow, and if there's a CUP, there may be some ability to evaluate what follows rather than it being by right. So I'm a bit conflicted on the formula retail greater than 6,000 foot removal.
If I could just throw in two anecdotes. First of all, I don't know how big a Walmart would be. I mean, so we could set a higher square footage. But one of the things, I guess I won't name the businesses, but I do personally know two business owners that are, independent business owners, one of whom was very concerned when J. Crew was going to open across the street and has a clothing shop. And after J. Crew opened, what she discovered was people that came to Los Gatos because they knew about J. Crew then discovered her shop. I've heard a similar thing from a decorator downtown who you would think and sells home goods would be concerned about our house. But she said, so many people are going to come to Los Gatos because of our house, and then they'll discover her place. So there have been a few individuals that have vocally supported now having some of those shops come in. And, we've had CUPs in the past that were written so specifically that it then caused a real problem for someone else to move in. I don't think it was Lululemon. It was some other clothing that had such a specific CUP for formula retail that nothing else could move into that spot. So I am a little concerned about micromanaging, but maybe we could say formula retail over 10,000 square feet or 12,000 or something like that, where it would, if we've got spaces that are slightly just above 6,000. I don't know how 6,000 was picked, but that's kind of where my scrambled brain is going. Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
Two quick things that might be helpful. I think 6,000, if I remember from watching the Planning Commission meeting, I think 6,000 was a little bit, that was a number that the Planning Commission came up with. Is that right?
The 6,000 was adopted back when the very first formula retail was adopted. 6,000 was selected, and then 7 was selected as the number of locations that make it formula.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I quickly looked up the average Walmart, which is about 200,000 square feet. So I don't think we're in a real danger of allowing a Walmart, but yeah, for what it's worth.
Okay, Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Rennie.
So formula retail can provide an anchor, such as Williams and Sonoma, which I miss a lot. I mean, that added to a lot of the community vitality downtown. I see that independent retailers, they struggle with the high rents in Los Gatos. It's really difficult. So thus you get the formula retail that can absorb rent increases. I would think if we encourage more retail to balance the restaurants, tap rooms, and wine bars, I think that would add to the mix that we're looking for. So I'm actually kind of in favor of the formula retail. I'm not wedded to the 6,000 square feet, but I think that's a good number. Knowing the size of the spaces in the downtown, I really don't see it happening in the downtown, as you had commented. Perhaps as the boulevard gets developed, that might be a different matter, but that's down the road.
Councilmember Rennie.
So I'm trying to remember the history here. We had a formula retail, and then we, pre-pandemic, had, I think we took a year or two, or 18 months or something, where we said formula retail doesn't need a CUP. And we found in that time we lost a couple formula retail and we gained a couple back, and we were maybe net 2 or something in that range. And then I'm trying to remember what happened after that. I thought we increased the size of formula retail that needed a CUP to the 6,000. You just mentioned 6,000 was from the beginning, like 2004 or something like that. So what happened to the 18-month trial? I thought we were okay with it. Did we turn the trial off and we're back to needing a CUP? I'm confused in my memory here.
So in 2018, we adopted the policy that you're speaking of as a trial. And then on February 18th, 2020, the town council adopted ordinances that were, we had a bunch of policies that we were doing on a pilot basis. And so at that meeting in February of 2020, the town council adopted those into ordinances. I do have it here if you're looking for those specifics. But
yeah, no, that actually helps quite a bit. So I think what we were intending to do was the trial period, and I think we had positive results, and then the pandemic messed up our sort of finalizing it, because we now removed CUP needs for lots of things. And now that the pandemic's over, I think what we're trying to do is go back to, yeah, we did a trial period where nothing bad happened. I think we should be able to remove the requirement, is I think where we are.
What we codified, or the ordinance that was changed in February of 2020, was just those for under 6,000 square feet. So it really addressed the downtown issue. We didn't touch outside of downtown, which was 6,000 or over, and then we just left that alone for all of town, basically, and left that blanket. But what was removed in that ordinance was the under 6,000 square feet in the C2. Formula was then allowed. And the reality is that retail has changed so much that there is not a line of retailers. Unfortunately, I wish that was the problem we had, but we don't have a line of retailers that are, banging down anybody's door in any city looking for spaces.
So let me follow on then. So why do we need to remove the 6,000 square feet? It sounds like in downtown it would allow a retailer at Williams Sonoma, but the rest of it's kind of irrelevant almost. So are we then thinking we want to remove, are we just removing it because it seems to be useless anyway, or is it hurting the other parts of town? Is that why we're trying to get rid of the 6,000?
The recommendation is to remove it completely out of the code so that we wouldn't have it outside of downtown or in downtown. We would no longer have a formula retail. So the use would be vetted or would be permitted based on the use that it is. Is it a grocery retailer with alcohol? It gets a CUP. Is it a clothing retailer? Then it would go through the by right process. So it would be completely removing that from all of downtown. All of town.
Yeah, and what I'm really trying to get at is, so currently how much restriction is it having, right? We've said almost none in downtown because of the size of the spaces. And is it a restriction in the rest of town that we've seen a bad effect, or are we just sort of simplifying?
In my professional opinion, it creates a hurdle that isn't necessary. To your point, is it, do we even need it? I don't think we do. It's not used. If there is only one building that it applies to downtown, then it almost seems like, does it really make sense to have it at all? The other piece is any place that has a formula in it now, if this stayed in place, someone can just move in behind that. So this is really looking at new CUPs in buildings that are over 6,000 square feet.
So why not just raise it to 10,000 square feet? How much restriction would that, that would definitely keep out the big box retailers, but would it solve the problem mostly?
I don't know if it would solve another problem. I don't know off the top of my head, what we're looking at as far as a big box, small box, medium box goes. Typically, businesses that take those big, huge spaces are looking to be partnered with other businesses. And that's why we see Old Town the way it is. It's formulated where certain companies are drawn by other companies. They have contractual agreements. They have brokers that work together. So it's more common to see some of the big names that you're thinking of come when other big names are within a certain geographical location of them. It's less likely to just see one pop up. I can't guarantee it, but in my opinion, you could definitely raise the square footage if that's a concern. Any building that we have that's over 10,000 square feet right now, I would guess definitely has a formula retail in it already. And so it would just be replaced by another one. And I'm not sure if that would solve an issue or not.
So one last question. The Rite Aid and the Whole Foods mall has been empty for a long time. Is that potentially affected by the CUP requirement? I'm assuming it's over 6,000 square feet.
So with the economic recovery resolution in place, we have an extension on expired
Still
limits.
hasn't
So
filled,
it's still,
yeah.
I will tell you, without really discussing a lot of the conversations, we have been in talks with that center and their owners on possibilities for that space. And there aren't retailers. They really aren't. They're looking at getting creative and trying to find other uses and other ways to use that space, because companies in general are just not looking for a ton of space right now.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, just I'm kind of intrigued by the 10,000 square foot opportunity. How would that work in downtown? I understand we have two that are greater than 6,000 square feet. Do we have any that are greater than 10,000?
I don't know how big the R House is now that it combines all of those spaces. I think it would really come down to if there's one building owner who wants to combine spaces. So it's less likely to happen downtown until you end up in a place like Old Town where it's the same property owner because they are able to knock out walls. However, when you're on North Santa Cruz, most of those buildings are separate parcels. So the likelihood of all of a sudden 10 of those becoming one big building, it would be a big deal because someone would have to come in and buy all of them.
Well, I'm kind of interested in the two that are over 6,000. Are they also over 10,000?
I do not know. The only one that I know, the Williams-Sonoma is not. It's just over 6,000. I think it's less than 61 or 6,200.
Right.
And then the Our House, the Sur La Table to banana combinations, I don't know. You think it's 8? Okay, so it doesn't even sound like that one is 10.
Okay, thank you.
Sean.
So just a comment is that I'd be interested in raising to the 10,000 limit. At one point, I was really thinking that we should just eliminate CUPs for formula retail to allow our downtown to compete with what looked like the Santana Row that was coming into the North 40. And, at that point, I felt that our downtown was not on a level playing field with that potential retail development. Given the shifts in retail and the apparent lack of progress in, if you'd call it that, in bringing in a large retail into the North 40, I would think that it would be good to take a step, but not to go wide open on formula retail everywhere.
So what I'm hearing is you're saying maybe make a limit of 10,000 in downtown and throughout town for formula retail, or?
Yes, I would. I could make a motion.
So 10,000 over. Okay, make a motion and let's see where we go here.
Okay, so I would change the language from 6,000 to 10,000 in D and make it formula retail greater than 10,000.
Okay, so just to make sure we understand the motion, the definition of formula retail would stay in the code, and then in the CUP table, we would say formula retail businesses greater than 10,000.
Yes, and I'm reading D in the staff report, and that would change from 6,000 to 10,000.
Councilmember Rennie.
So maybe another consideration, now that we're considering keeping it in there, the number for formula retail has always been a sticking point. I think we have 7. We would be keeping 7 in there. So question for Ms. Wren, is there a better number that you might suggest, a higher number than 7? We've found that 7's pretty small. We're really trying to keep out the big mass marketers, I think.
I haven't thought about this since 2018, so I'm trying to recall, but I think what we had found is that other Bay Area cities had like 11, 14, and I want to say like 21. And then we found cities who said more than 100. So it really depends on what that range is that you're looking at. You could do something in the, 15, 20, 50 range if you wanted to. That might be a jump that feels comfortable. It really comes down to personal preference, but 11, 14, and 25 are sticking out in my head.
So just a question for the maker of the motion, whether he's interested in thinking about including maybe an increase in the number of definition for formula retail.
Yes, I'm struggling to see where that is in the ordinance, though. Could you point me to what page that's on?
The definition of formula retail is in this definition section, sections 6, definition 29.10.020.
And on your PDF, it should be page 695.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I just want to take a look.
Yeah, I realized that wasn't called out because the recommendation was to eliminate formula retail. So this will take a moment to look at it. I get a little concerned about designing from the dais at this point, but
I just found that San Francisco is the one that does 11.
And we had 7 is what we're striking. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. Where is it on 695?
Section 6, Roman numeral 6.
Okay. Oh, I see. I see it. Okay. So I would say maybe a 50% increase in that. So from 7 to 11. We can change this, I think. I think this is something we need to watch, but
Yeah, this one kind of concerns me. I think if we're going to go this way, I would like to get feedback if we're hearing anything that this is allowing businesses to come in or it's still construed as a barrier. And I don't know if you follow that, Ms. Runn, or we can get feedback from the chamber, how we would know, how do we know that this is still viewed as a barrier or not?
We don't always know because sometimes the conversation stops with the broker, but I can definitely work with the chamber. And then if we hear of a business that comes in that says, oh, I would have really done that, but there's a CUP, we can work with, through the manager and let the council know that and come back for more conversation if you'd like.
Okay, then I would probably be able to support this. Councilmember Moore.
So just so I'm clear, what the motion on the table is this is just for a CUP is required in these instances. There is still the ability to, so a business with 300 or whatever could come in. Okay.
Right. It would just still be called formula retail and it would require a CUP. And it's, hold on, is it an and or an or? So is it 11 or more and over 6,000 square feet? Okay. So anything taking less space than that, formula retail does not need a CUP. All right. We're all clear on that?
The motion said 10,000.
Or 10,000, I'm so sorry. Yeah, so 10,000, it has to want space over 10,000 square feet and have 11 or more in that formula retail, then it needs a CUP. Anything smaller than that or fewer than that number does not.
That's correct.
Okay.
That reflects the motion.
Okay, everybody's good with that? All right, do I have a second? Vice Mayor?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
I'm just going to jump in.
Town Attorney.
So at the end of this conversation, the council will be introducing the ordinance, and at that point, either the council or staff will want to call out the specific sections that are changing and what the new language is exactly, and staff will definitely help with that, but we will do that as part of the introduction.
Thank you, because what was provided to us is changed from what the Planning Commission suggested. So we will take all the help we can get from staff. Thank you. So next we're going to move to group classes in C2 zone. And I know Councilmember Hude said he had questions. Go ahead.
no, I had a comment on this. I think the group classes that we've seen have been very good for the town, and I think there's been some synergy and generation of other businesses around them. I supported a number of those when I was on the Planning Commission. Where I am a little concerned is where I've seen some downtowns migrate to things like tutoring schools, karate schools, and things like that, where there's very little synergy that comes from those. And it generally, if you look at some of the downtowns that have been in decline, you'll see proliferation of those kinds of uses where those types of businesses kind of take over. And in the hometown that I grew up in, the major landlord who now has a whole slew of these schools in the downtown, and it's pretty depressing to see. So I don't know whether we would want to distinguish. I mean, I like the group classes for health and fitness use. I'm not so much in favor for things like tutoring businesses and martial arts and things like that. I think they take up a lot of parking, and they don't add a lot of vibrancy.
Thank you. I think you bring up some points that I'm a little concerned about too. I'm not sure if we want more group classes in the C2. We have plenty of space outside of there, and we have group classes there. So I'm not so inclined to support this. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with what you're talking about, Councilmember Hudis, that there's certain group classes that I think contribute and certain classes that don't. I think, the distinction between a spin or a yoga studio and a tutoring, space is important. So I'd be supportive of something kind of drawing that distinction.
Any other comments? I mean, I'm just thinking we could just still require the CUP so that there's discretion and not remove that requirement. Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, I would maybe ask staff whether they have any suggestions on how we might make that distinction. Things like tutoring, language schools, while something like a martial arts studio is related to health and fitness, it doesn't, those type of things don't really generate economic vitality. So I don't know whether there are any thoughts about how we might split that group classes further, or whether it would be better just to retain the CUP for that to avoid some of those downsides.
I think it would be difficult to do. So we added the group class definition back in February of 2020. We never had one before. We only used a school when we would move through with these. And then with the conversation back in 2018 and 2020, we said, hey, let's add this group class definition because we were getting the requests for it. And to your point, Councilmember Hudis, what becomes health and fitness and then what doesn't, right? There's lots of different things. Maybe someone who isn't able to move their body in a certain way would say something else is their own health and fitness. And I would want to respect that. So I think, in my opinion, that it would be extremely difficult to treat it differently. And I think it almost puts us in a position where we aren't approving a use at that point. We're approving a business with the CUP. This is just, again, my personal opinion. So I would feel more inclined that if you have apprehension that, we can leave that CUP. It's at the DRC level right now. So it's at the, the most affordable and the quickest path forward for folks. We can, again, report back in a certain amount of time to the council to let you know how many applications we've had or how many inquiries we've had, if it's something that you want to consider. On the flip side of that, anytime there's people that have to show up somewhere, you have people coming into a location. So that was kind of the idea behind removing the CUP, was that it's one more reason for people to come to a location. However, I see the points that are being made. So those are kind of both sides of the coins that we considered, and just my opinion on some things.
Councilmember Moore and then Vice Mayor.
One quick question. Do you have an estimate of, or do you know the actual for the DRC, to go through the DRC process?
I can pull that information for you from the Planning Commission staff report. Easier said than done.
It's roughly 5,000.
5,000?
Yes. And so the town is currently absorbing half of that through our economic recovery agreement until the end of October. We haven't had any new group classes come to the C2 since COVID. So we haven't, we really even haven't had this discussion at all. But I think that could definitely pick up, given that there's a change in how people gather.
Yeah.
In the current fee schedule, full freight, not with the town not picking up anything, the CUP is about $9,100. You'd still need to get a business license, and then the time to get to DRC would be 2 to 4 months.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, that actually changes my perspective a little bit. I think that's a pretty, for a small business, a lot, for me, when I think of like a health and fitness class, a lot of these are kind of like small, like a small yoga studio is kind of who I'm thinking of. And when you're trying to get off the ground and thinking about which community you're coming into, I think $10,000 is no joke. Our economic vitality manager mentioned that we haven't seen a lot of these. So, I mean, for me, it might be better to flip this, and that if we start seeing an influx, we could bring it back. But I think that would, I don't know, that's a pretty big barrier.
I just want to point out that's only in the C2 zone. So they can open pretty much everywhere in town except right downtown without that barrier.
That's correct. That's a good clarification.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I'm inclined to keep it simple and retain the CUP requirement. I think it's kind of an odd use for the downtown anyway, so the likelihood is probably pretty slim. And again, the economic return to the business owner with the high rents of the downtown, I just keep it simple. Let's require a CUP if somebody is so motivated to operate that kind of business. And we talk about group classes. There might be classes for a group that we haven't even thought of that maybe wouldn't be very conducive or attractive to our downtown. So I'd rather maintain some control over that in our downtown.
Councilmember Rennie.
I wanted to ask some questions, that we're thinking about this. So when we talk about the group classes, the cycle place is the thing that comes to mind, but there's some other group classes going on. There's something over the chamber, and there is a group class in the bottom level of Old Town as you go down the steps and through. Are those both CUP uses?
I would have to defer to planning. I do believe that the bar place in Old Town does have a CUP. I recall that one. I don't know if the second floor is treated differently. In the past, we allow like office and personal service on the second floor of downtown, and it's regulated differently. I believe group classes is the same, that we don't require a CUP if it's upstairs.
The geographic limitations are for personal service businesses and office activities in the C2 zone. So those can't be on the ground floor without a CUP. Otherwise, they're by right. There's some nuance to that about specific carve-outs geographically, and then if it's ground floor but not facing a public parking lot or a public street, if it's inward facing on the building.
But we're talking about classes.
Right. So to clarify, group classes do not have that geographic limitation that the current code has in the C2 for office and personal services. So a group class coming into downtown, regardless of location or what story it's on, would require a CUP.
And okay, so I don't know if we want to complicate this, but thinking it through, size kind of matters, right? Something like Soul Cycle was potentially going to bring a lot of traffic. The bar class in Old Town is pretty small space, and I think the one over the chamber is also. So it seems like they're odd spaces that could easily be filled, but they're not really going to affect us negatively. In fact, they probably affect us positively. And not having a CUP obviously allows them to more easily move in and fill some of these odd spaces. So, complicating it then becomes something about size, and a need for a CUP if it's over a certain size. And I'll just leave that there and see if we want to touch that.
I would actually almost argue the opposite. I think Soul Cycle that had like a cult following. I mean, it got wiped out by the pandemic, but the nearest one at that point was Palo Alto, and people were coming from all over to go there. And I would see people shopping downtown and in coffee shops. I think a personal trainer that's set up with group classes is less likely to have other things. But I don't know. I'm inclined to go with did you make a motion?
I did not, but I could. But I think Councilmember Hudas had his hand up. But
Okay.
I'll just, if I could just make one quick comment about Soul Cycle, is my office was located across the street from it. And talking to the surrounding business owners, they were excited. Oh, it's going to bring, more vitality, more shoppers, more people stopping in for coffee, ice cream. No, that was not the case. So they don't always add to the economic vitality. And sometimes, again, I just think it's an odd use for the downtown.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes, and then let's try a motion. Go ahead.
I move to leave CUP as is for personal for group classes.
Group classes. I'll
And
second the
thank you.
motion.
I think that CUP allows for case-by-case discussion, which is, I think, important, particularly since each of these brings its own sort of parking and transportation questions. And so while I voted to approve, I think, every one that came before the Planning Commission, I thought the discussion was valuable and is valuable to engage our community on it.
Okay, but I'll remind you this will be at the DRC. Won't be.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. I've seconded it. Any other comments? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Okay. Let's wrap this item up with the veterinarians. Right. That's the last one on here, and then we'll have to put the whole thing together. But veterinarian in C1 zone. And without a kennel. Thoughts, concerns, motion? Councilmember Moore.
I will make a motion to adopt the recommended changes for veterinary businesses in C1.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. Do I have any comments? Okay, all in favor say woof. No.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. So now we're going to need a giant wrap up motion. So who are my experienced people who can read through? Okay, I'll turn to the town attorney. Tell us what you need.
One option would be for staff to go through the sections that it heard changed and the council to confirm that.
I like that. You've been taking notes, and as we've been making these comments, they are affecting specific changes that you've been tracking. So if you can let us know what you understand we said.
So with regards to the motions on the table, section 1 in the resolution was not modified.
And so we'll need to call out the specific code sections and how they're changing. And so I can jump in with a list if that helps.
Okay. So under section 1 in the resolution, section 29.10.020 definitions of the town code would be amended to add retail bank in between automobile wrecker and bar. Section 2 of the ordinance, section 29.10.2020 of definitions would be amended to add financial and investment services in between fence height and home occupation. Section 3 of the resolution, which is section 29.10.020 definitions, would be amended to add office activities in between occupancy and open space with the addition of tech incubators, venture capital, and biotech incubators, including dry labs. Section 4 of the ordinance, section 29.10.020 definitions would be amended to add specialty food retail in between shopping center and stables. Section 5 of the ordinance, which is section 29.10.020 definitions, would be amended to add a definition of tap/tasting room in between swimming pools and townhouses. Section 6 of the ordinance, which is section 29.10.020 definitions, would be amended to keep the definition of formula retail with the change to 11 or more other business locations. Section 7, which is section 29.10020 of definitions, would be amended to change the definition of bar to bar means a drinking place operating within the hours of 6 a.m. and 2 a.m. where alcoholic beverages are served for on-site consumption. Food service is not required. The definition of convenience market would be amended to eliminate the, I guess it's probably better if I just read it. Convenience market means an activity that includes the retail sale of food, beverages, and small personal convenience items, primarily for off-premises consumption, and typically found in establishments with long or late hours of operation and relatively small building, but excluding delicatessens and specialty food retail, and also excluding business establishments which have a sizable assortment of fresh fruits and vegetable and fresh cut meat. Personal service businesses would be amended to add acupressure, estheticians, massage therapists, myofascial therapists, and rolfers, in parens therapists. Section 8 of the ordinance, which is subsection B of section 29.10.150, number of off-street spaces required, would be amended to subsection 1 to add personal service businesses, specialty food retail, and tap tasting rooms, and striking taverns and then subsection 2 would be amended to add the word retail in front of banks and strike institutions. So that one would read business and professional offices, retail banks, financial and investment services, insurance companies, social service agencies, and studios, and then provide the parking requirement. Subsections C, 9, and 10 of 29.10.150, number of off-street spaces required, would be amended. Subsection 9 would be amended to read retail and commercial stores, shops, personal service businesses, specialty food retail, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and tap tasting rooms, and provide the parking requirement. And subsection 10 would be amended to read businesses and professional offices, retail banks, financial and investment services, insurance companies, social service agencies, and studios, providing the parking requirement.
Is section 2920-185 changing to say that a conditional use permit is required for formula retail?
That's coming up. That's my next one.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, section 10, subsection 1 of section 2920-185, table of conditional uses, would be amended 1A to say banks, retail. 1B would strike savings and loan and change that to just reserved and strike the CUP requirements altogether. Subsection O would be retained to read formula retail businesses greater than 10,000 square feet, and the CUP requirement would remain in the C1, C2, CH, and LM zones. Subsection P would strike and change to reserved.
I'm sorry. So what we only need to read into the record is the items that got changed at the dais.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I will continue with that.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So section 11, subsection 4H of 2920-185 was changed to retain the CUP requirement for art, craft, music, dancing schools, and group classes. Section 13 of subsection B of 2920-190, subsection B would be retained, would not be removed, and would change from greater than 6,000 to greater than 10,000 square feet. And the following subsections of 1, 2, and 3, and 4 would remain Moving to section 15 of the ordinance, section 29.60.210A sub 1 would read retailing up to 10,000 square feet. Section 17 of the ordinance, 29.60.320 sub A sub 1 would read retailing, including formula retail, up to 10,000 square feet. Sub 9 would be taken out, which was the group classes, would remain a CUP. Section 18, 29.60.420 permitted uses in the CH zone would, sub A, sub 1 would read retailing, including formula retail up to 10,000 square feet. And section 14, 29.70.100 sub A, sub 1 would read retailing, including formula retail up to 10,000 square feet.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, can you clarify? You may have missed item number 21 in section 29.20.745 was going to be retained. I didn't hear you say that.
29.20.
9 of 14 in the strikeout one, page 9 of 14.
Thank you.
Number 21. I'm not
Thank you.
sure you called that one.
I appreciate that. So section 14, 20.20.745, sub 21 would remain, which is determine and issue zoning approval for group classes in the C2 zone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, does it sound like we've got everything? All right, so hearing that, do we need a motion or just a okay, so I move to accept, or I move to approve the,
Or introduce the ordinance with the changes noted by staff.
okay. I move to introduce the ordinance with the changes just noted by staff and amended by Councilmember Rennie. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'll second it, and I think that this is, very complex, and so I would appreciate that if we've missed anything, staff has a chance to review the transcript or the notes to come back to us, but I think we're there, and so I'm seconding.
Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. So we have one item left, Shannon Road. With respect to everybody that's here, can we just take a quick 5-minute break? Like really quick, and then we will get right into this. Thank you. All right, is KCAT ready? All right, we're back, and with huge thanks to everybody on Shannon Road. I apologize that this loaded agenda took us so late, but I appreciate your stamina and your dedication. I will now move to our report from our town engineer, Gary Heap.
Very good, thank you. Excited to have the last item on the agenda this evening. My name is Gary Heap with the Parks and Public Works Department, and I'm going to be giving you an update on the Shannon Road project. So, can we get the slides up, Darrell? For the slides. There we go. So next slide, please. So why this project? So this project does a number of things. It provides safe pedestrian and cycle access on a collector street to 3 nearby schools and a park, Blossom Hill Park, but also Louis Van Meter, Fisher Middle School, and Blossom Hill Elementary School. It's a priority project in the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, and it is a project that's supported by Town Council and the Complete Streets Transportation Committee. And you can see the limits of the project there on the map below. Next slide. So this project has been through a lot of iterations. Back in April of this year, we brought the design, and this was right before I got here, brought the design to the town council, and the council gave us some very clear feedback based on review of the plans and hearing public testimony. And that direction was to revise the design of that project at that time to minimize the excessive asphalt pavement area, to remove the parking spaces, to add trees wherever possible, and then to hold a community meeting to share that plan with the community and get feedback. Between April and May, we received a number of emails from the community on the project. The general consensus being that the Shannon Road project, or Shannon Road itself, should look and feel like other residential streets in Los Gatos once the project was complete. That option 1, which was presented in September of 2021, was the preferred option. That parking is required. Then again, we also heard that parking is not required, so it was kind of a conflicting message from the community, but it was very consistent in terms of hearing about the planter strips and the need for and the want for more trees to be provided for the project. Next slide. So based on council direction, we conducted a community meeting on June 1st of this year, just a couple weeks ago. The meeting was attended by approximately 40 community members from the Shannon Road area and the surrounding streets. Staff provided 2 updated and revised concepts, 2023 A and B, one with and one without parking. At the end of the presentation, we did breakout sessions, which was facilitated by staff. The community members that attended broke out, were able to sit with staff at specific tables, look at more detailed plans, ask questions. Some of them chose to go out and do site visits, because that was something we were offering as well, to go out and take a look along the street and talk to staff about how the project might affect them specifically. At the end of the breakout session, we all came back, reported out the general feedback that we got from the community, and that was shared with the group. A survey was also distributed to the community members when they entered that community meeting to gauge their design preference and to provide any additional comment they wanted. Both that survey and the results of that survey are attached in your staff report this evening. We also received additional feedback and emails after the community meeting, and those emails are also attached to your staff report this evening. Next slide. So the general feedback we got from the community was that the proposed asphalt buffers, 3-foot buffers, bicycle buffers that were proposed and shown in both of the A and B options, were inconsistent with the current aesthetics of the neighborhood. The residents that bordered on Shannon wanted the parking, but again, conversely, the community members that did not live on Shannon supported trees over that parking. But we did also hear pretty strongly from the community that option 1 was strongly preferred. Next slide. So with that input, staff went back to the drawing board and came up with what we're now calling a modified option 1. That modified option 1 includes The same 10-foot travel lane as was in the original design. It also includes the 2 speed cushions, the traffic calming, that were proposed to be installed along Shannon. 5-foot sidewalks, a 5-foot bicycle lane. We've reduced the bicycle buffer from 3 foot to 18 inches, which is the standard, or the minimum, I should say minimum standard for bike buffer widths. It includes 3 to 4 foot planter strips, parking on the south side of Shannon along the entire corridor. And based on input or requests from the community, we've added a 6-inch buffer between the back of the sidewalk and the property line to accommodate potential maintenance to improvements that property owners might have on the property line itself. Next slide. So the next couple slides show this modified option 1. Hopefully it's big enough for folks to see there. This is the section looking east west of Magnuson Loop. So this is the section closest to Los Gatos Boulevard. You'll see the parking on the south side of the roadway, adjacent to the sidewalk. That parking is providing a buffer, if you will, between the pedestrians and the roadway uses with the bicycles and the vehicles. On the north side of the street, you see the planter strip acting as that buffer. Next slide, please. This section here is east of Magnuson Loop. This is pretty consistent along the majority of the corridor with tree planting on either side. Again, the 10-foot travel lane, the 18-inch buffer, a 5-foot bike lane, parking on that south side, and then 5-foot sidewalks. Next slide. This section here is the section adjacent to the Presbyterian Church. So you see the improvements on the south side with the planter strip and the parking. On the north side of the roadway, you see the frontage of the Presbyterian Church and the existing sidewalk that is there. Next slide. This table here shows the different options and how they compare. The option 1 that again was presented originally to the community, option 2023A, 2023B, and modified option 1. And you'll see that modified option 1 is very similar to the original option 1 with 2 very distinct differences. One of them is the painted buffer, which was non-existent in the original option 1. Because of the narrowness of the travel lanes, we think it very important to include those, or a buffer along through there. And so we're proposing or recommending an 18-inch buffer, which is the minimum standard. And this new section here, modified option 1, also does include at the bottom there a 6-inch setback from the property line. Next slide. So this modified option 1 attempts to meet the requests of the Shannon Road residents and other community members while still meeting the town council's direction. I think this is kind of an effort here to show what we can do when we get council direction, we get community input, and come up with a plan that meets both needs. It balances good engineering, design, and community interest, provides bike lanes and sidewalk as in the original plans, maximizes the placement of trees, which was a council directive, reduces that bike lane buffer to minimum standards, and again, based on the request from the community, provides that 6-inch buffer at the back of walk. Next slide. So with that, staff recommends allowing us to move forward with the completion of the design for the Shannon Road project with this modified option 1. If council is supportive of that this evening, staff will work with the consultant to finalize the design by October. We'll then present the plans to Caltrans, which is a requirement of the grant itself. Caltrans approval of that plans are required by January 31st of 2024. And then we expect construction to take place sometime in the spring, early next year. Hopefully we have another wet winter after the rain stop. So that's when we'll plan on starting that. We do plan to do additional outreach once the design is complete to talk to the community members and let them know specifically what those improvements might mean in front of their individual homes. We haven't decided exactly what that looks like yet, but we do plan to do some kind of additional outreach. And that concludes my presentation. And you can go to that next slide there. And I'm available for questions and
Thank you very
comments.
much. I had one quick question on the chart with the concepts, 2023 concept versus option one, that table, I noted one other difference between option one and modified option one, and that is that the bike lane width goes from 6 feet to 5 feet.
That is correct.
So that's gone down, but the buffer, now there's
Since
a
we're
minimum
adding
buffer.
the parking back in, we've had to redistribute some of that 8 feet and find it in different areas. And so, yes, we've had to reduce some of the sections there. We're still providing the 5-foot sidewalk, but yes, the bike lane width is going from 6 feet to 5 feet.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Councilmember Hughes?
I'm going to save a lot of my specifics until after we hear from the public, but I wanted to, first of all, thank staff for providing the presentation on PowerPoint in advance. That's very helpful. And by the way, thank you, Mr. Mullen and Ms. Wren, for doing that with the previous item as well. It's very helpful to be able to review the presentations. The question I had was about community outreach and notification, and were folks notified within 500 feet? Did that include both tenants and property owners?
So early on in the process, my understanding is that we did do 500 feet noticing for some of the earlier meetings. During those meetings, we then went ahead and did additional outreach through the various social media platforms. We created a Notify Me list. Folks that did attend those meetings were asked to go ahead and sign up for the Notify Me list. For subsequent meetings, we used that list to go ahead and then advertise those individual meetings. But originally, yes, we did start with a noticing of that area.
And that was both tenants and property owners. I'm talking about mostly the retail tenants.
I don't know for sure. That was before my time here, but that's what that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
So 2 quick questions on the parking. On modified option 1, so are the parking spaces going to be separated by just like the standard painted T's? And then about how many parking spots would there be?
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of time to go back and do a full analysis of this design. That's something we'll be doing over the next several months with the designer. So I haven't had time to count the parking spaces. There's debate about whether or not we put in parking Ts. Some people like parking Ts, some people don't. I'd have to look at our standards to determine if that is something we typically do. I have seen here in town, though, that parking Ts are used to define parking spaces.
Okay, great. And so to get just like a ballpark on this, I remember on the 2023B only had about 8, I think, total parking spaces. Right. This, I imagine, would be substantively more.
Yeah, that's correct. We believe that'll be significantly more. The modified previous option, I think it was B, that did provide parking, had two parking bays, if you will. So it was 8 total. This is going to have a lot more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. How does design concept 1 that the residents wanted all along, that could be an alternative, compared to the modified option 1?
Right, and that was in that table. If we go back to that table again.
Well, I have the table, but it talks about option 1, but I don't think that was design concept 1 that was originally
That was
offered.
intended to be, that first column there, option 1, was the option 1 that the community has been continually asking for.
Okay.
And that was originally presented. So the difference between that option 1 and the modified option 1, again, it's the addition of the 18-inch buffer. It's the reduction of the bike lane width. It is some modification to the width of the vegetative buffer. We're still providing parking, and then that buffer at the back of the walk.
Okay, thank you.
I have go ahead, Councilmember Rennie.
So you made a comment about parking. I was trying to figure, so my math doesn't add up when I look at this, and it sounded like you said it all went to make parking spaces wider. When you look up here, If we look at modified option 1 compared to, let's say, the one next to it, the bike lane lost a foot and the buffer lost a foot and a half. So we've lost 2.5 feet. On the vegetative buffer, at least east of Magnuson, we gained a half a foot, and we added another half foot along the property line. So we lost 2.5 feet and put 1 foot back. So we've got a missing 1.5 feet. Did that all go into parking spaces? You see the problem with my math on this?
I see the problem with your math on that, or I see what you're asking about. All I can say is we looked at the individual spaces and went ahead, or the sections, and reported out what we were able to come up with. Again, it was a quick turnaround from the public meeting to this meeting here. We'll be able to better define that, I believe, once we finalize that design.
Okay, thanks.
I wanted to ask about the buffer that was added back along the property line. Does that eliminate a majority of the conflicts with residential additions in the public right-of-way?
I don't believe it does. The original plan that was presented back in April did show a lot of the removals that would be necessary, whether it be trees, whether it be fences. I think the request for that additional 6-inch buffer at the back of walk was, we heard from a number of neighbors, they felt the sidewalk would be too close. They felt that if they needed to do maintenance on an improvement like a fence, that 6 inches could allow a contractor to get in there and do maintenance on that without having to remove sidewalk, those types of things.
Okay, thank you. I would say based on my experience with the Almond Grove repaving, when the sidewalk went right up against the public right-of-way, a lot of people did have, driveway and wall and fence impositions, because you can't just pour the sidewalk right against there. You have to dig and do that. So based on my experience, 6 inches is a lot that can help a lot. So I appreciate that. Okay, any other comments before we turn to our public? I don't have hands on Zoom, but I do have some really nice... Oh, I do have one hand on Zoom, but I'm going with the people that have sat here all night. So, Maria Gerst.
I'm Maria Gerst, and I'm a longtime resident of Los Gatos. I want to thank you for taking my comment. I'm here to really express my gratitude to the town council and to the engineering group for, first to the town council for re-looking at and reconsidering the decision that they had made in June and taking into consideration the needs and wants of the people who actually live on the street, along with the ones that'll be using the street. And I want to thank Councilman Hudis for coming over on Friday and presenting us or talking to us about the new option that was just given here. I really feel that this option is more in line with, it gives a nice balance and is more in line with keeping Shannon Road in line with the rest of Los Gatos. I personally feel it's a very nice compromise with everything, so I do like it a lot more. So thank you for taking all of our comments and wants and putting them into a design that I think fits much better than the previous one. Just thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, our next speaker is Ryan Rosenberg.
Thank you. I've been living in Los Gatos many years, but unlike some of the other folks, I still feel young. Hey, look, the reason I came down here tonight is because you came to us, right? So I just wanted to recognize that. I mean, 4 of the council members made that meeting, and the one person that was unable to make the meeting had a separate meeting. So I thought that's pretty good listening to the residents. Our house is one of the more affected ones, and so are the neighbors right around us. And when this project first came up, I kind of gulped a little. I'm, they're going to take all this land away in front of our house that, we had landscaped and all. But, today, just as an example, after I thought it over, I realized why it's important. I mean, today I walked downtown with my son, and, we had to walk out into the street because there are cars parked illegally, as they always are, along that side of Shannon Road, and then, cars are whizzing right by and such. And, that's been the case as our kids have walked up and down the street all the years because they grew up there. And so it is good to have some work done on that road, right? Would I or any other resident draw it out exactly as it is? No. But do I feel that it's a fair and reasonable compromise? Yes, I do. And I cannot speak to all residents, of course, right? But many of the residents I have been involved with feel the same way. They feel that they were listened to. And I want to call out Nicole Burnham and Gary Heat, who, while they may be new, they've certainly done a good job on this already, because we had a lot of time where people were not feeling like there was a lot of compromise or listening. And I know a lot of people, minds have really changed in the last month or so. So, to me, I think it's, personally, a reasonable project and a reasonable compromise. And I want to thank you guys for being so involved with it.
Thank you. And my last card in the room is Mark Bonet.
Good evening. So my name is Mark Bonet. I've been in Los Gatos since 1993, and I live on Shannon Road. Over the last several weeks, I've had the pleasure to speak to you all either individually or as a group. So first, I want to thank you all, take a minute to thank you, the council members, Nicole, Gary, the BPW team, for taking the time to really listen this time to us and come up with an alternate, Shannon project solution design that better addresses the residents' concern. So I must say that my wife and I are pleasantly surprised with the newly proposed modified option 1. This last option in front of you that you just shown addresses many of the specific friction points that the residents had, and were very vocal over the last few years. Both the bike lane and associated buffer were reduced. Number 2, the planter strips and added greenery seem more consistent across all the affected Shannon Road. Inconsistency of greenery was a contention point at the last meeting. One of the option B, was only greenery on one side and not the other. That has been addressed. And finally, we now have the fence buffer. I don't know how you call it, but it's essentially between the sidewalk and our fence, which is 6 inches. A little disappointing from the fact that we had a foot before, but a 6 is better. My only concern, which is minor, is if you have to change or replace or update your fence, will 6 feet be enough without damaging the rest of the sidewalk? But 6 inches is better than none. This is, like I said, a very minor point. So option 1, modified option 1, is definitely promising. So if the town council decides to proceed with this project tonight, I urge each of you to consider this latest modified option 1. In my opinion, by far, this latest concept quails the majority of the concerns you have heard so far from the affected residents. So in summary, option number 1 strikes a balance between the pedestrian and cyclist safety while safeguarding the bucolic feel of our neighborhood. So thank you for giving us this option, and hopefully a lot of these issues will be behind us soon. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those are all the cards I have in the room right now, and I have one hand on Zoom, so I'll call on Bill Ellers. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bill Ellers. I'm the chair of the Complete Street Transportation Commission of the town of Los Gatos. I'm here tonight speaking as a cyclist and a father. So I fully endorse the 3-foot wide buffer between our fairly fragile human bodies and fast moving steel boxes that are cars, and also any door openings that come up because people open doors in front of cyclists. And then so the town is making a trade-off, the trade-off presented between the modified options, removing space that's used as a safety buffer for passive planters and some fence maintenance. That's a huge disservice to the thousands of kids and cyclists that will be passing through this area in the coming years. Just like the previous discussions on the fire safety and firearm safety, prevention is a key safety strategy. So the public deserves to use a public right-of-way safely. So I fully endorse the 3-foot bike lane buffers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question for you from Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Ehlers. In your introduction, you mentioned that you were a member of the Complete Streets Commission and that you were a father. I wanted to ask, are you speaking on behalf of the commission or on your personal basis?
Personal basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. I don't see any other hands or cards, so I'm going to close the public comment and move to my fellow council members for questions, comments. Councilmember Runny.
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, I want to start off by thanking staff also, listening more and coming up with a compromise. I, really felt that the change of staff made a difference. We, as council members, I felt like we were given, you have this choice, take it or leave it kind of thing. And I really appreciate the effort that you put in and the willingness to kind of get out of the box and try to come up with a compromise. I like the compromise of the 18 inches on the bike buffer. I was whispering that. Maybe you heard that before it even came up as an idea, that I thought that was a good thing to do. So I'm definitely supportive of moving ahead with this modified option 1. What I think you've done here is making sure you don't disappoint. You've got some slack in your numbers, as I mentioned, so you may find another 1.5 feet. My recommendation would be to put it on the buffer between the back of the walk and the property line. As you do more details, I would say put it there. Maybe we want this as a motion potentially, because others might say put it on the bike buffer. But I'm suggesting that any extra found should be put on the buffer between back of walk and property line. Now, I will not make a motion yet. Let others have comments.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. And I was unable to attend the group meeting, but I did have a very productive meeting on Friday evening with the residents, and I had the benefit of the staff report having come out, and so there were a few questions that came up, and I wanted to run through those quickly. They may have been addressed, but I wanted to make sure about them. So the first one is, will conduit be provided for residents to add their own irrigation to the planter strips?
Yes, that was something we heard at the community meeting. We do plan on doing that, adding conduit underneath the sidewalk so that residents can provide private irrigation out to the landscape strip. So yes.
Okay. If I may, related to that, who will be responsible for maintaining the planter strips?
That will be the individual residents.
And is that consistent with other improvements that we've done like this?
That's consistent with Streets and Highways Code, I believe.
Okay. I had a few other questions. I don't know if you want me to continue. Yep.
Continue. We'll take turns. Go ahead.
So does the implementation of the alternatives coincide with the placement of the additional speed abatement measures, the speed humps, on Shannon Road? And is additional grant money or unbudgeted capital required to do the speed humps?
No additional funding is not required. The speed humps are included in the cost and will be included with the project.
Okay, because I didn't see them in the option, but I guess it's a parallel project. And
the speed humps didn't seem to be controversial, so we didn't really focus on them.
And then the other question I had was about engagement, and I agree very much with Councilmember Rennie's comments about staff engaging the community and getting a better design overall. But now we're seeing a deadline, and we're seeing essentially 3 slices, and there's work that has to be done to complete the design before October, I believe. So is there a way to keep the public informed in between now and completion? Can more details be made available, or can progress on the design be shared with residents prior to October? Because I don't think there'll be much change available at that point.
The impacts that the residents are going to see to their frontages is consistent with what was presented back in April. So that's not going to change. We're doing improvements all the way to the property line. We could meet with them at any time to talk with them about some of those improvements and how those are going to work, what needs to go, what doesn't need to go. As we get the plans more and more developed, it'll be much easier to have those conversations. And we do, like I said in the presentation, plan on doing some kind of outreach. We don't know what that is yet, but we do plan on making contact with the residents, as giving them the opportunity to look at those final plans, interact with staff, and get those questions answered once the design is complete.
Okay, because I think that's why we turned the corner on this, and so I would encourage, if there is any way to keep the communication going between now and October, to figure out if there's a way to share some of the design as it progresses.
We want to try and remain as transparent as possible.
Vice Mayor.
So I'd like to comment that in addition to the deep appreciation for staff, I want to thank the engagement and participation of the residents of Shannon Road. This has spanned a period of almost 2 years now. And tonight, you guys have been waiting patiently for 4 hours to speak, and it's with positivity and appreciation. So again, I just want to say hats off. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to be in support of modified option 1.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no major divergences from anyone up here. Huge appreciation to staff, to the residents. I think this is a real demonstration of when we all work together, what we can end up with. So, looks great.
Thank you. I want to give my huge appreciation to staff for the hard work. The major part of our staff inherited this project and inherited a huge amount of push on all sides. And so the fact that you could navigate a compromise, hold a really good public community meeting where there was a lot of information shared. And I do want to thank the residents. I want to thank the residents for, trying to understand what could be done on your street, but also for wanting to preserve what you had and wanting to find a better outcome. And I will say, frankly, I received some really angry emails, but every person I met with in person was respectful. And even when we didn't agree, we understood what we were talking about. And I think it was a great learning experience for everyone. I think on a high level, what really is true is that on big roads, like Los Gatos Boulevard, Winchester, Lark, Highway 9, eventually, bollards make a lot of sense. But when this project started on Shannon Road with bollards, and it felt like to us taking the bollards away was giving you most of what you wanted, we were wrong. And so this was, hopefully we've learned a lot so that any other project starts out a lot more smoothly and we have some parameters that make sense. Do I think that whatever we approve tonight is going to make every single resident on Shannon Road happy? No, there's a lot of wiggle room. There's people who would prefer not to have any parking at all. There's people that want more parking. They'd rather have it on the other side of the street. But you know what? If we did nothing, people wouldn't love that either completely. And I do have a lot of empathy because I did go through the Almond Grove paving project. And when those first plans came out, there were a lot of people saying, oh my gosh, what do you mean a mid-block crossing? What do you mean you're going to do this? What do you mean you're going to change it? Is it going to be asphalt or concrete? you're ripping all our trees out. You're ripping out the pavers my kids put in with their handprints. There was a lot of pain there, but we got through it. In the end, the project is completed. I don't have to weed my street in front of my house anymore. My neighbor can park because there's not a huge hump in the road. And so all the other things I lost are forgotten. So I do think that this project at this point meets almost all of the goals for everybody and is a nice compromise. I will say I hope the residents will figure out a good place to put the trash bins on trash collection day, because my number one concern with having a 3-foot buffer was that there was a place for the trash bins to go, and now they'll probably end up in the bike lane. So I hope there can be some creative thought there. And the other thing is, I think, somebody did make a really good point. With the slightly smaller bike lanes and the smaller buffer, it's less likely that cars will use the bike lane as a passing lane or as a parking space. So there is some benefit to that. I think the speed humps will create some traffic calming. And as we move forward with other traffic calming, like on Blossom Hill Road, I think we want all our streets in parallel to be calm so that someone's residential street doesn't become the cut through. So I think we're kind of moving in good parallel. And I'm really glad that we got to this point, because I'm going to be supporting modified option 1. Councilmember Hudes.
It's okay. I'd like to make a motion. I move to provide direction to follow modified option 1 in an effort to meet the requests of the Shannon Road residents and other community members while still meeting Town Council direction of the April 18, 2023 meeting. And I wanted to add that after participating in a number of meetings with residents and with folks who are not residents but own businesses on the boulevard, I really tuned to several decision criteria in this. Number 1, does it balance the needs of the community with the needs and rights of the nearby residents and property owners? Number 2, can it serve as a model for collector roads, for bike and pedestrian improvements elsewhere in town? Number 3, can the needed improvements be implemented in a way that preserves the character of the neighborhood? Number 4, can the improvements be made in a fiscally responsible manner, meaning taking advantage of grants? And 5, has there been sufficient community engagement? And I feel that I can answer positively to all 5 of those at this point with the efforts of the community and our staff in engaging in a different way on this.
We have a motion. Vice Mayor?
I'll second that.
Okay. Unless we have other comments, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
No one opposed. The motion passes 5-0, and we finished before midnight. That's our final item. No other comments. Meeting adjourned.